years, those costs are going to go way down. And the U.S. government is going to save a boatload of money carrying out this historic deportation effort. But now critics are saying that this mass deportation agenda, crackdown, whatever you want to call it, they're saying it's not possible to deport millions of people from this country. But if that's true, why are other countries building shelters that can house so many people so quickly? And how many people were deported under the last presidential administration?
There are between 15 to 20 guards on board, and everyone is shackled, except for children and parents traveling with kids. In the last year, ICE was able to remove over 270,000 migrants, many of those on planes just like this.
Wow, so over the past year, a presidential administration with very different goals from the current administration, even they were able to deport over 250,000 people, which proves that the new president's deportation plans are possible, even if ICE is forced to do it with one hand tied behind their back. And if ICE needs more resources, well, there are plenty of empty buses lying around New York City. Extra available transportation is plentiful here, and it's not going to be hard for the next administration to procure. And clearly, America has the resources at its disposal to do this job, even if it is a logistical challenge unlike anything the country's ever faced. And now that federal authorities have been given the green light to go anywhere criminals might be hiding to find them, the demand for extra buses and planes is definitely going to increase.
And today, the Department of Homeland Security announced it is widening the net. A new policy gives ICE agents the green light to conduct enforcement operations in schools, churches, playgrounds, and daycare centers. Those locations used to be off limits.
So all the footage of these ICE raids happening all across the country, none of that is because in the few days since Trump took office that we've built up some mass deportation force with hundreds of thousands of agents. No, this is what happens when federal immigration agents are allowed to do their jobs. And the idea that there were no-go zones, areas of town or the country where federal agents could not do their jobs and keep people safe is ridiculous. But apparently those are gone now. A criminal cannot go to a hospital and hide in the emergency room. They can't go to a church and hide under a pew bench and act like they've repented when they haven't. And what's also going to be interesting to see is how this affects local police departments like the NYPD, which are banned from cooperating with federal immigration officials. Are federal officials going to enter places the NYPD can't go, like our various asylum shelters, to see who's in there? Let's say ICE knows that a certain gang member or criminal is living in one of New York City's shelters, which is true right now. We know this. If they enter that shelter looking for that individual, they may encounter other individuals who do not have a legal right to be here either. And if that happens, there could be a lot of arrests made in a very short period of time. And that's going to make people who aren't supposed to be in this country and have been ordered to leave to think twice before staying in a highly visible location like one of our shelters here in New York.
When you hear music like this, you want to take your clothes off.
So behind me right here, this is the Row Hotel. It's one of the city's shelters for asylum seekers. It's supposed to be for families, but as we've been learning, gang members have figured out how to work their way into places just like this. But this is a highly visible 1,000-room facility in the middle of Midtown Manhattan. ICE is going to have an eye on places like this, and they may find out that certain people that they're looking for are residing inside. And that's a situation local progressives are really upset about.
The president's been clear on this. We're going to concentrate on public safety threats. This election proves that the American people support the removals of criminal aliens in this country.
Reporters are Tom Hallman says migrants who commit crimes will be deported. Mayor Adams wants New York City's thriving immigrant community to know that.
So the effect of New York trying to remain a sanctuary city in the face of all of these immigration changes and this mass crackdown is going to be that more people get deported from New York, not less. And that's because the NYPD are not going to be around to help when ICE needs to go looking for somebody. They're going to tell ICE to do it on their own time. Well, what that means is if ICE enters a facility like this or comes here, they're going to encounter people who aren't on their list. In fact, they'll probably encounter people here who are otherwise law-abiding, except for the fact that that they don't have the legal right to be here anymore and have been ordered to leave. And the border czar's made it pretty clear that anybody they find who's here in an unlawful capacity will be arrested. It's just that he's not specifically looking for those people. He's looking for somebody else. But if he finds you and you're with that person or near them, everybody is going to be apprehended. And the fascinating thing about that is if New York City really cared about immigrants and really wanted to stop deportations, they'd cooperate with ICE and tell them where all the criminals are hiding. And look at this, the NYPD, every single day they've got some sort of vehicle out in front of this place. They know who's here. And if they were to cooperate with ICE and tell them exactly who the national security threats are and where they can be found, ICE would not have to spend as much time or send as many agents here as they will if they don't get any cooperation, greatly limiting the overall number of people they will encounter. And this idea of gang members residing in shelters is not some myth. It's happening all over town. And these gang members are a danger to people who actually have a legitimate asylum claim. Now, admittedly, the new border czar says that over the last 10 years, 9 out of 10 asylum seekers have not had their claims approved. And what this could mean is that soon after these claims make their way through immigration court, that there are many more people living in New York shelters who are no longer lawfully doing so. Only time will tell if that happens. But the real issue here is public safety in general. Because just a few weeks ago, ICE agents raided a gang that was hiding out in a Bronx apartment. And if there aren't gang members living in an apartment and ICE agents enter there, things could get crazy. That could put other people at risk. That's insanely dangerous. And these are people who federal agents had to track down all on their own. That's insanely unsafe for everybody, especially the residents of that apartment. Yet, right now, we're witnessing something very fascinating, and that would be the propaganda that is being put forth by supposedly pro-immigrant advocacy groups about how Donald Trump's plans are fake and how he actually just wants to round up everybody who wasn't born in America. And even though to most of America that sounds absolutely ridiculous, in progressive places like New York, you've got some people who actually believe this stuff and think permanent residents are going to get deported.
Immigrants are still scared.
My mom, she's not a citizen, she's a permanent resident. And again, she's scared. She doesn't know what could happen.
As an attorney, I think that there's definitely a lot of community fear. I'm getting called by my clients saying,
Yeah, so unless your mom is a national security threat or is in a gang, I don't see how any of this could apply to her, especially if she's got a green card. And then we've got this attorney who says that her clients are calling her at all hours of the day, supposedly, and I wonder what she's telling them to calm them down. Because if she knows the law, she would know that people with a legal right to stay here have nothing to worry about, and that includes asylum seekers who are waiting for their court date. And even though college-educated progressives have a big problem with Donald Trump's new plans, you know who doesn't? People like this woman who lives in one of New York City's shelters with her children and are terrified of these gang members. They want them gone just as bad as the rest of us. And when you've got people residing in a shelter who are begging for the police to intervene and do something, you know New York has a serious crime problem connected to its status as a sanctuary city, which doesn't do background checks before moving people into a place.
All right, so I am streaming on Rumble, the large screen. I'm also streaming on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. I'm streaming also on the smaller channel on YouTube. So 3 different methods of streaming. I also set up X Spaces. So join X Spaces for the call-in. This is supposed to be interactive. If you have a question or if you'd like to tell me what your opinion is on a particular subject that we're covering today, great. Please join in by chatting or by doing the call-in through X Spaces.
Yes.
Fear-mongering and gaslighting of communities and the organizations directly or indirectly at the behest of the mayor, basically warning people that when Trump takes office, everyone's going to be deported en masse. And if you are jaywalking or going to church or dropping your kids off at school, that you're going to be deported. That's simply not the case.
So this is happening in Chicago, but if you paid attention to any of the recent protests taking place here in New York, it's the same thing. You've got these quote-unquote activists who say that they're out to protect immigrants, but they're riling people up for absolutely no reason. In fact, all of these crackdowns are going to be a great thing for sanctuary cities because you've got these gangs that are taking advantage of people. making them sell stuff on the side of the street, making them go into CVS and steal stuff, making them, in some cases, ride around on mopeds and commit these snatch and grab robberies. You know what the gang members are telling people? They meet people in these shelters, and they tell them, hey, we know your family back home in Venezuela. If you don't join us, you're going to be an outsider. Something might happen to you, and something might happen to them. A lot of these people are being enlisted and sucked into the criminal underworld, even when they came here without the intention of having anything to do with a life of crime. What do you think about that? Are these crackdowns a good thing for law-abiding immigrants like permanent residents who have nothing to fear from deportation? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
The illegal immigrants are going to get deported, but of course, the Trump administration is focusing on the crime element first. When they're focusing on the crime element, within their net, they're going to get collaterals, as they phrase it, and that may not have been specific with gang crime or, you know, additional crime other than their illegal immigration status, because that is an illegal issue. But they get wrapped into as a collateral when ICE and these other agencies are coming in to deport the gang members and these criminals. Now, what I find is also interesting is this: you have the military on the border. There was a video posted of the Marines on the border. Now, how much of that is show and how much of that is actual operation, I don't know. There was also some pictures that were posted by the White House of illegals being flown back to, I believe it was Guatemala. So the activity is happening. The deportation is taking place. It seems to be more targeted with gang members. There are collaterals that are wrapped up into it as they're apprehending these gangs that are, you know, tied to this whole illegal immigrant activity in these inner cities. But on the other side of the coin, you're going to have these liberals that are going to try to protect and try to muddy the waters. So the bottom line is this: they're here illegally, they should be deported. Focus on the crime first, but the ones that are here illegally, even if they haven't done anything other than being an illegal, you know, coming over the border illegally, they need to go too. That's my take on it. You know, we need a policies where we're strengthening the border, and when you have a policy that's strengthening the border, then you can then open up for asylum, or, you know, open up for a certain level of immigration into the United States. So we have, you know, normal immigration into the United States. Some people will be permanent residents. Some will eventually turn into citizens. Some of them are asylum seekers. Some of them are just for school, school visas. Some of them are work visa related. But we need to protect the border first. The priority is to protect the border first, and then open up the doors slowly to the ones that should be here. So, and there's different categories of should be's. You know, they're real asylum seekers. Because what's happening is that they're really not asylum seekers. They're really just economic migrants. And you know, they want to win the lotto by getting into the United States. So you have real asylum seekers. You have individuals that are coming here for school on school visas, work visas, right? Or just individuals that want to immigrate to the United States, you know, and they have something to offer or whatever. But we have to control the border first. That's important. You can't just have the floodgates open, have all this crime, have all these problems, and then also service these individual different categories that are rightfully here, that should be here. We want immigration. We just want legal immigration, not illegal immigration. So with that said, we need to strengthen the borders, right? That's my take. Before I go to the next video, help support my work, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I have a lot of different products that help with your health, all right? Like for example, let's just start with the probiotics. Taking a good probiotic every day is really important to bring down inflammation in your gut, to improve your metabolism, improve your ability to absorb nutrients, to improve the health of your liver, the health of your brain. A lot of people don't realize that with a better gut biome, you're going to have better sleep, you're going to have better mental acuity, and you're going to have a better mood. Depression is associated with bad gut biome. So it behooves you to make sure that you take a good probiotic. I have a powdered probiotic that I take every day with my lunch in a soft food like hummus, or you can take the veggie cap. The key is that you take it every day. Improve your gut biome, improve your metabolism, reduce the inflammation in your gut, and improve your immune system, improve your liver, and improve your brain. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get these great probiotics that I offer. Make sure you use discount 4, all right? Discount 4. Now, because I'm doing this live stream differently, hopefully the audio is a little bit better for individuals. So for ones that are listening, please comment about the audio if you can hear me okay. I apologize, but the way I do my show, I like moving around, and if I'm on, a professional mic, it doesn't allow me to do that very well. They're static. It's just, I don't like the flow, so that's why I don't like using the professional mic. But, I'm testing a different way to do the feed for you guys. So please let me know if the audio is okay. Hopefully it is better. Another great product that I have is Myotrol. Myotrol is really important to take. Why? To help maintain muscle mass and to build more muscle mass. When you get older, about 40 plus, what happens for males and females, you start to lose muscle mass. You need to do a little bit of resistance training. Take Myotrol. This has flavonoids, lignans, and polyphenols that will help to build muscle and to maintain muscle mass, help to improve your mitochondrial health so you'll have more energy. And if you're an athlete, old or young, taking Myotrol is going to help you build strength. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Myotrol. Make sure you use discount 5, get $5 off. Myotrol also stacks really well with Gladiator Barley to build strength, and it stacks well with Boomer Boost. And I'll go over that later. But please go to my store, get the Myotrol, do some resistance training, and build muscle. And cardiovascular health, really important, especially in the United States. Omega-3, taking omega-3 every day is going to help with your total cholesterol. It's going to lower your LDL levels. It's going to help to increase your HDL levels. It helps to reduce the stickiness of your red blood cells, so it's reducing clotting. That's really important. And it helps to calm down systemic inflammation. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3. Take it every day. Improve your cardiovascular health. Really important. Okay, now let's take a look at some other videos that I want to comment about that I thought was important. All right, let's, this is about the illegal immigration here and the trafficking.
Goya Cares is teaming up with border czar Tom Pullman and investigative reporter Sarah Carter to launch an initiative aimed at locating over 325,000 missing illegal migrant children for Human Trafficking Awareness Month. Here to discuss is Goya CEO Bob Yananwe and Fox News contributor Sarah Carter. So back in the summer,
just a side note. This guy here, I tangentially know. He donated because of Goya is a food company. product company. He donated a lot of food to Catholic charities and also money to help with the food pantries in New York City. So I know of this person well. So just his heart's in the right spot. All right.
Will and Pete interviewed Donald Trump. I asked him directly, will you find these children who are missing? And he said, yes, of course. And I was so heartened to learn that he was already starting on this right away. As soon as he won, he got Tom Holman on it. So Bob, I'll start with you. What is Goya doing to help Tom Holman in the search for these children, which is so tragic?
Well, what a difference an election makes, right? And people who care about, this past administration has been active in bringing in people, not just from the northern southern border, but a parole system where we're flying people in from Nicaragua, Haiti, Venezuela, and Cuba. But we were involved in the movie Sound of Freedom, where we became aware of this tremendous evil of trafficking. And so with that awareness, we formed a coalition of different people, organizations, that to raise awareness. We're going into schools with people like Monique Bear, Crime Stoppers, different groups to bring awareness to this problem, because before that we weren't aware that this last administration was actively bringing this in. We've gone from 85,000 children missing to 340,000, but they're not missing, they've been sold. They're purchased basically and then handed off to sponsors. 40 children at one address, that's not a home,
No.
it's a business.
You're absolutely right. And I love that you're going into the schools, Bob, because so many of these kids are ending up in the school system. And you're able to give the signs and let them know that there's help for them and resources should that happen. But obviously this is going to take law enforcement, right, Sarah?
Oh, it's going to take a huge cooperation with federal, local, state, law enforcement officials, as well as I think our partners in the Western Hemisphere. There's no way to stop this kind of crisis alone. I mean, everybody has to be working together. Bob's right, with Goya Cares, we're able to get out there and educate students in the schools. We're able to find, within the communities, those kids that may be trafficked, that may be afraid. They can go to someone, feel safe, and report what's happening. And then, but it's the aftercare.
That's what I want to know. What happens after you find them? What is happening to these children? The Biden administration, Tom Holman, you guys find them, and then what happens?
Well, I think that the very first thing is mental health. I mean, a lot of what we're dealing with now and finding their parents, their actual guardians, because a lot of these children have come into the country, have disappeared into homes where they're being sold, as Bob has stated. So we need to locate their guardians. One thing I can say, Rachel, I spoke with President Bukele. I've been to El Salvador a number of times. We know that children have been trying to contact relatives. HHS has a hotline. Some of these children have called that hotline. These children are going to find their way back to safety because Tom Holman is going to be leading that effort with President Trump. And the people who are trafficking these children in the United States need to be held to the full extent of the law. They absolutely have to be punished. There is no way that we can allow this to continue to happen. We're a nation that is based on principles and morals, and we can't sit around and we can't accuse anyone else of doing anything if we're not willing to take care of the problem that has happened in this country because of a wide open border under President Biden.
Well, Bob, as you know, we were complicit in this. The Congress, the Democrats refused to do DNA tests on these children, and then they handed them off to people we don't know. They're telling me I have to wrap. One last sentence from you, Bob.
This is the biggest industry in the world. It's the money and the power that we seek. And with this administration who cares about our kids, they're going to solve this. We've already not 1 week into this administration, and we're already saving thousands of people.
It's unbelievable, and it's remarkable what you've done, Sarah and Bob. There are very few CEOs who want to take on an ugly issue like this. God bless you for putting your efforts and your money behind something.
Very few presidents.
And
That's
very few
true.
presidents. Amen to that. Thank you, Bob.
I'm Steve Goosey. I'm Brighteon Channel.
And I mean, like,
Being able to control the border and the trafficking. See, it's not just illegal immigration, but it's the drug smuggling, the human trafficking. most likely the pedophilia rings. There's a lot of things going on that by taking care of the border and making it more secure is going to have a domino effect on other things that have been happening negatively in the society. It's going to fix a lot of things. We need to secure the border. A country doesn't exist unless you have a secure border and you have a control of your currency. Those two things are very important to being a real country. With that said, let me plug just a couple more products before we go to the next video. I might play DW with Trump using the military to deport. I partnered up with Rainbow Herbals and we've developed these deodorants for males and females, all natural deodorants, and they're dual purpose. They help to detoxify your body and you use it as a deodorant. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, and you can get it in citrus. Now, these deodorants are made from essential oils from the Himalayas, all natural ingredients. There's no aluminum, there's no baking soda. Essential oils from the Himalayas, very high quality. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a couple bars for your household. Get it either in this one is peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. All right? It's for males and females. Get a couple bars for your household. Get healthy, detoxify your body, and help support my work. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And since we're talking about detoxification is really, of your body, is really important. A lot of people don't realize that you're ingesting chemicals and toxins every day. You're breathing them in, you're touching them, they're on your clothing, they're in your food and your water. Please filter your water on a regular basis, all right? I use Zero Water. You can get that on Amazon or at a store near you. But filter your water. I use a 5-level filtration system. There are many different filtration systems, but I use Zero Water. But filter your water. Make sure that you reduce eating foods that are processed, because processed foods have more chemicals in them. And make sure that you clean your house with more natural ingredients, and don't store heavy chemicals in your home like paints and other harmful chemicals in the basement or in your garage or even in your closet. Just be mindful of that over time that exposure does get into your system and cause your immune system to be weaker and causes a disruption in your endocrine system. So you want to mitigate that by cleaning your house, getting rid of these chemicals, filtering your water, and reducing exposure to processed foods. The next step is to make sure that you take zeolite. Zeolite is a molecule that is a negatively charged molecule that will attach to positively charged toxins, chemicals, heavy metals, and get those heavy metals out of your body. It binds and allows you to urinate the toxin or chemical out of your body in about 6 to 8 hours. You can take zeolite every day, put 2 small drops underneath your tongue, drink filtered water, and do that every day, year round. Some people prefer to detox once or twice a year, and to do that, take about 4 or 5 small drops, drink the filtered underneath your tongue, drink the filtered water, do that every day until the bottle is done. Do that once or twice a year, and you're detoxifying your body. There's many ways to detoxify your body. Zeolite's one way. Another way is to do colon cleanses, and so doing different types of cleansings, different types of detoxifications are really important. But what's also important is to clean your environment, reduce the intake, how that exposure is getting into your body. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the zeolite, All right, take it every day to detoxify your body through a maintenance protocol, or take it once or twice a year by taking 4 drops or 5 drops underneath your tongue every day until the bottle is done. Okay? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Zeolite, detoxify your body. All right, let's go to DW and let's dive in a little bit deeper on how the government's using the military.
The United States has started conducting deportation flights using Air Force planes, including to Guatemala, as the Trump administration begins to implement its immigration policies. U.S. President Donald Trump also ordered 1,500 more military personnel to the border with Mexico, like here on the bridge between El Paso and Ciudad Juarez. It's part of Trump's promise to crack down on immigration. Well, DW's Benjamin Alvarez-Gruber is reporting from the border. He told us what's new about these deportation flights.
That's right. Deportation flights are not new. They happened during the previous administrations of Joe Biden, of Barack Obama. What's different now is that those are military cargo planes, so U.S. Air Force planes that are supporting DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, with these deportation flights. You just mentioned the plane and the flight that was confirmed that happened on Thursday evening with 80 migrants that were here irregularly in the United States and were deported back on this cargo plane to Guatemala City. There is also another plane departure expected later on from San Diego, California. We also heard that there was one deportation flight conducted from Arizona. The White House press secretary said that these deportations have begun, but they have been happening. But that's the big difference. Now, usually ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, uses charter planes. So these are additional planes supporting those efforts and those promises that we also saw by President Trump with those executive orders, executive actions that were announced earlier this week. And the Department of Defense said that they will hand over these planes to support those efforts, with more of these deportation flights also expected in the next couple of days.
So is there more to come then? Are there any more flights of this kind expected?
So we're still waiting of confirmation. There are many actors involved here. So we have DHS, we have Department of Homeland Security, we have also Customs and Border Protection, and of course also the Army that is involved with these deportation efforts. There will be flights, but they also are expected that there will be deportations by bus. Yesterday we visited Ciudad Juarez on the Mexican side, where local authorities are building up tents where they expected thousands of people to arrive there. The big question will now be what will happen to those people, and how the Mexican authorities will be able to help not only their nationals, but also people from other countries, from Venezuela, who might need to wait there until they can cross to the United States. So there will be probably more information coming out there. What we heard from Customs and Border Protection is that there is not a limited time frame for this cargo airplanes to keep handing out and continuing with these deportation flights.
Well, thank you so much for your reporting. That is DW's correspondent Benjamin Alvarez-Gruber reporting from Texas near the border with Mexico. And dozens of people deported from the U.S. have begun arriving in the Mexican border city of Ciudad Juarez. Trump's executive orders on migration have left thousands in limbo at the U.S.-Mexico border. Many have been waiting months for appointments with U.S. immigration officials. DW's Fernando Mateos Frubeck reports.
My name is Gisela Mendoza. I'm Cuban. I have been here in this shelter for about 2 months already, with a very difficult path, a very difficult journey. I came with 2 children.
Gisela is one of the many people who had traveled to the neighboring border city with an asylum appointment to enter the US. But after Trump's inauguration, everything changed.
And within days of having the appointment again, we received an email where it was cancelled again. Here we're waiting, to see what happens in the hands of God trusting, desperate.
NGOs in El Paso, Texas, on the US side of the border, agree that the situation is uncertain. The Trump administration's crackdown has cut off almost any legal option for migrants to cross the border.
There's really no pathways to apply for asylum right now, to cross the border, to ask for any kind of relief. So people really have to make really hard decisions, whether to go back to their countries and be in danger there, stay in Mexico and be in danger there, or try to come over irregularly.
Let's call it for what it really is. All right. Most of the situation with these ones that are coming over the border, it's not that they're in danger. They just want a better life. Most of the people are not real asylum seekers coming from a war-torn, really dangerous situation. Most of them are coming from just a country that has a bad economy, a country that has poor governance, and they don't want to fix their country. Instead, they just want to leave it. Now, there are some cases where people are being persecuted by the government. But that's not the case here. They're living in a country that's just garbage. But it's garbage because the people within that country doesn't want to make it better. That's the problem. Now, that's a simplistic way of looking at what's going on south of the border, especially in South America. I know that. It's a little bit more complicated. But the thing is that the people, if they want a better life, should look in their own country and produce the better life instead of just exporting themselves and trying to get illegally into the United States and then use some sort of, legal groups, nonprofit organizations to try to navigate them in through an asylum kind of pathway. For most of these people, really, truly aren't asylum. They may be granted asylum path, but are they really individuals that really follow the true definition of individuals that should be seeking asylum? Probably not. Like, for example, a war-torn area, where the new government is literally killing, other people, right? Well, that would be justification for asylum. That's not what's happening in South America. It's just a poor area that never will get better unless the people decide to invest and take charge of their own lives. You got corruption at the government level, and the only way the corruption is going to go away is if you hold them accountable in a judicial branch. But then the problem is the whole government is corrupt. Well, you got to overthrow the government. The problem with overthrowing the government throughout the years in South America is that you get another dictator. Then you add in that the United States a lot of times aligns with the dictator. So, we've created part of the problem. Not always, but in some cases, we have created part of the problem. But the people in those countries are going to have to fight for their freedoms and get educated and be productive and industrious for their own economy, instead of thinking that the only way for a good life is to get into the United States. It starts at home. They got to fight for their own freedom and for their own economic viability. So what happens is they're really not asylum seekers. In most cases, they're really not asylum seekers. They do this journey because they think that the porter is porous and that they'll get some sort of clemency, some sort of leniency by a nonprofit and by a border state or, you know, a sanctuary city, and they'll be shuttled through the process, and years later they get their stamp of approval for their asylum, even though really they weren't asylum seekers. They were seeking a better way of life, but not, they really weren't asylum. This definition that they're using, that they're falling under, the umbrella of asylum seekers, is bogus. Most people that are truly in need for an asylum aren't hundreds of thousands or millions. You're talking about tens, maybe tens of thousands or just thousands in a given year, not millions. No, it's a different dynamic. But they're using the legalese, and they're using nonprofits, and they're using ultra liberal agendas to be able to get into the country illegally and then be protected under quote law with the stamp of an asylum for an asylum hearing. But they're really, truly not asylum seekers. They just took advantage of a porous border and the stupidity of the American legal system.
Also very dangerous.
President Trump has promised to deport all unauthorized migrants, and Mexico is already awaiting their return. Here behind me, local authorities are getting ready for the possible arrival.
So you're going to see in the news and how bad Trump is. I think what Trump's doing is exactly what the country needs. We need to control the border for many reasons, not just to stop the illegal immigration, but to stop the illegal drug trafficking and child trafficking and all this stuff. Stop the black ops with the CIA. Wouldn't that be a wonderful idea? So what you'll see in the media is they're going to try to demonize the Trump administration, demonize Trump. Trump must not have a heart. He must have a heart of stone. But what about the people that were coming over the border illegally, knowing that they were coming over the border illegally and trying to take advantage of ultra-liberal policies and the stupidity of our legal system? Then all of a sudden, a new sheriff comes in town and says, wait a minute, you're here illegally. You need to go away. Oh, orange man bad now. You know, they would go on if orange man just gave them asylum, right? Gave them amnesty. They would say orange man is great. He's right next to Jesus. But they're going to demonize him because he's actually saying you're here illegally. And they knew that they took advantage of the system. And they're going to try to demonize everyone that's saying, hey, you're here illegally. You shouldn't be here. Why are you here illegally? Oh, we're seeking asylum. Are you really an asylum seeker? Or are you just leaving your country because of the economic situation? They did this to themselves.
On Monday, they started building these giant tents to shelter all the migrants that might arrive in the next days. According to the Mexican government, they can hold thousands of individuals. However, local NGOs doubt that Ciudad Juárez can support so many people for long.
Precisamente eso, ¿no? Precisamente esto, ¿no? Que no hay muchas organizaciones como bueno, sí hay, pero no.
There are many humanitarian organizations here, but not enough to meet the demand.
Si una persona ya...
It is difficult to take an asylum case without legal representation and limited access to services.
For now, thousands of migrants...
I'm tired of looking at DW's version of this, but the point here is that these people are breaking the law, and they think that they can get away with it by just working with some sort of organization, like, you know, a nonprofit like Catholic Charities or some sort of government organization that is also aligned with other nonprofits to try to process these as asylum seekers. But the reality is that they're taking away time and effort to really let true asylum seekers in. There's atrocities going on in this world. But if the system is flooded with bogus asylum seekers compared to real asylum seekers, isn't it unfair for the real asylum seekers to not have the attention that they need to have a better life? Let's say they're from a war-torn world, region. It does happen. And countries do open their doors for these people. But that's not what's happening at the south of the border. You have people that want to win the lotto, to get and be in the United States. They're not truly asylum seekers, but they're getting processed as such. And that is a big disservice for individuals that really need asylum. All right. But, they'll use emotional fallacy, in the media.
Oh, yeah,
demonize.
Just teaming up with Borders are Tom Pullman.
They're going to demonize Orange Man, because he must be, very, he must be evil. All right, let's go to this video by Fox News. Trump represents the antidote to woke. Pierce Morgan. All right, let's see what he has to say.
Ready? Here we go. Dropbox pressed off, lunchbox, mom rocks, give a little Saturday love.
These hands are working hands. My hands are the most important tools I have. You need to take care of them. That's where O'Keefe's comes in.
It's America's #1 selling hand cream for guaranteed relief.
If it works for these.
Your thoughts about Trump, too. I'm very curious. You know him personally, and then you're seeing him again be president again. Have you seen a difference?
No question. And I'm so glad, Brian, you played that Rocky quote, the famous speech to his spoiled brat son, when he tells him to get a grip and tells him what winning is all about and how you do it. Because actually what Donald Trump has done is exemplify exactly what Rocky Balboa was saying. Life is not about what you hit. It's about how you can get hit, get back up and keep moving forward. And what an example Trump has been. I mean, 2 years ago, he was dead and buried and politically gone. Now, he's the most powerful man in the world again, and he's hit the ground running so hard, I thought Usain Bolt had been running this schedule. It's unbelievable. And watching from London, as I am at the moment, I can only tell you the world reaction is kind of shock and awe in a good way, because...
Like I said, 2025 is going to have 10 years of history packed in one. No doubt about it.
We have a pretty limp Labour government over here. And obviously in America, you just had a very limp 4 years with Joe Biden and the Democrats. And suddenly you've got this surge of extraordinary energy. As somebody who I think, having spoken to him a number of times in the last few months, I think he's feeling a sense of getting a second chance twice. Once in his own life, when he survived the assassination attempt, and once professionally to have another go at being president, because the last time, in his last year, it got derailed by the pandemic. And I think you're seeing Donald Trump right now at his absolute ferocious best.
And that is the perception. Not only is he winning at home, but then he goes into Davos and blisters them, lets them know what's there's a new sheriff in town. You didn't like him before, but I'm not looking for your approval now. Get on board or be left behind. But in America, the Democrats, you wouldn't know this, cannot get their footing. AOC and the late night comics desperately trying to take a shot at Trump that people care about. Listen to what she just said. Watch.
He is much more normalized this time around than he was the first time. You're being ripped off. You're being ripped off, dude.
Wait a minute. AOC is saying that the American public is being ripped off because of Orange Man bad. It's the Democratic Party that has been fleecing America. What about the Biden family, who needed to do a self-pardon to make sure that they wouldn't be convicted of crimes that happened during Biden's tenure as VP or president. Because they got paid. They got paid by the Europeans and the Chinese. Now, who's really getting ripped off? I feel that my taxpayers were ripped off when Hunter Biden went into the armed services and was dishonorably discharged. I feel my tax-paying dollars were thrown to waste, that I was ripped off. You know, the problem here is that there's always a self-projection with the Democratic Party. They'll say something about Trump, orange man bad, something bad about Trump, but they're really saying something about themselves. And in this case, AOC is ripping off America. The danger about her is that she seems to be on the path to being the younger version of Nancy Pelosi. The difference is Nancy Pelosi is a little bit more better at game theory than AOC. But AOC will play that whole New York thing, play the whole attractive female, and also she plays the whole Latino, stuff. Amazing, amazing. From bartender to congresswoman.
For that, but that's what they fear. We're treating him like a human being that only a small portion of the media was.
You know what's fantastic about that, Brian? I mean, I think that if you're Donald Trump, you want AOC out there all day, every day, saying nonsense like that, because that can only help him. But secondly, how ironic that somebody from a party who for the last 4 years, have gone against normality, who've got increasingly insane, who've defied logic, common sense, science, biology, that they are the ones that are trying to accuse people of
the ultra woke tried to convince you that you can legally put in a document that you can change your karyotype. Let's say your karyotype is XY. Well, the ultra liberal woke movement was trying to convince you that if you felt that you were a unicorn, you're a unicorn. If you felt that you were not XY on your karyotype, you're not XY. That's insane. That is literally insane and anti-science. But we'll hear the ultra libs say how the conservative movement or even the ultra conservative movement is anti-science. There are some people within these groups that are anti-science, but I'll tell you, when it comes to gender, when it comes to karyotypes, you can't just a stroke of a pen just change that. You can't change your karyotype.
Trump won AOC, and why he won so big with so many different categories of people: black, white, Jew, Muslim, old, young, you name it, they came and voted for him. Why? Because, as he said in his victory speech, he represents a core of common sense in a woke world of insanity that was presided over by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris for 4 years. They encouraged, promoted, and propagated an absolutely farcical woke mind virus.
You know what I love about the Brits is that the way they articulate, the way they do their prose is just top notch. Top notch.
Donald Trump has come along, and he is the antidote to this. He has taken America back very, very quickly to a place of, ironically, normality.
Right. New green scam. He brought up right to the people that manifested it at Davos. But if you look at the big
totally.
picture,
That speech with Davos, with Trump, he I think he was presidential, but he also, showed the reality of the situation. I loved it when he told the president of Bank of America that, you know what, your bank and Jamie Dimon from JP Morgan, you're canceling accounts because they're conservatives. That's wrong. I thought that was perfectly played by Trump. Another thing that is happening is that people need to realize this whole Green New Deal and ESG is a money transfer of people of middle class that money is being transferred to the wealthy through these green new private equity deals, ETFs, flow of funds going into these types of initiatives. It was a money transfer. And guess who was spearheading not only the ETFs in the financial markets, but also funding commercial companies, marketing companies, to push an agenda as a third party was BlackRock. BlackRock was pushing ESG. They were able to make money on it, be able to manage money with the inflows, with the ETFs and the private equity, and push, these new initiatives, these new business initiatives. And there's nothing wrong with expanding technology and going into new frontiers. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you're saying to people, stop using your stove because it's gas and it has to be electric, and forcing people, then the middle class is going to have to spend all this money retrofitting their home to buy different appliances. A lot of people in the Midwest don't have electric line for their stove. It's a gas line. Well, if you were to be compliant in this Green New Deal, you would have to retrofit your water heater, your furnace, your stove, maybe even your dryer, and go all electric. So you have the rewiring and buying new appliances. Who's going to make the money? Are you going to be making the money on that? The average person has to retrofit their home and buy these new appliances? No, you're going to be out the money, and that money goes to the appliance makers. Well, where do you think that BlackRock's going to put some of this money in? Obviously to the appliance makers. So there's a wealth transfer that takes place. And some people have some shares in the market through a 401k or through a pension or through some savings that they've done on some private purchasing of stock or whatever. But the far majority are wealthy individuals that will benefit from the Green New Deal. So the AOC is saying Orange Man is bad, and he's lying to you, he's stealing from you. No, it's quite the opposite. The ultra-liberal movement was stealing from you, pushing an agenda so other people can get wealthy. Now, what is sad about what happened during the 2020 crisis was that there was a huge wealth transfer that a lot of people don't pay attention to. The market obviously crashed, and I warned people that it was going to crash in 2020 within a couple days before it crashed. But there was a mean reversion, and the mean reverted quickly because of the intervention at the fiscal level and at the monetary level with the Federal Reserve and of Congress to stabilize the economy. And when that mean reverted, when the market mean reverted, the equity market mean reverted, and continued to climb up to all-time highs now. You know, we're at over 6,000 on the S&P 500 now. All right. Just a couple days ago, it was at 6,100 plus. That's a huge gain since COVID crash. There's a huge wealth transfer. Some people lost their job. Some people maintained their job. But, you know, there was maybe, if they were hourly, maybe some of their hours were cut. But there was a huge change in wealth. And that change in wealth between the middle class in the United States and the wealthy was in the tune of over $3 trillion. The average person lost, the average person in the aggregate in the United States, so the 99% of the people, or the 99.5% of the people, lost in the aggregate $3 trillion. And guess how much the other 0.5% gained? $3 trillion. That's what one of the aftershocks of COVID are in terms of the financial markets. People need to wake up to this. Oh, on the surface, it sounds so great. You know, let's, try to reduce asthma by not having natural gas in the home. The natural gas isn't giving your kid asthma. You know what's giving your kid asthma? The bad air from your city and the carpet. The carpet is going to give your kid more asthma than the natural gas. Get real. And you try to save all this, greenhouse gas emission, which is a theory. They think that is a theory that's causing the global warming, all right? Or a hypothesis, all right? But even if it does, and you try to cut these emissions, all you got to do is have one volcano go off, or have never-ending wildfires in California, and the whole country, and all the savings that we've done for trying to cut emissions through electric vehicles and all these other ESG initiatives is all to naught. Why? Because all that carbon that's burning in California is going into the atmosphere. All of the gas emissions out of a volcano offset any gains that you're having with these climate accords. So how are you going to cap a volcano? How? I would like someone to tell me how following energy policies that are supposed to help the environment actually not be offsetted by a volcano eruption. So we spend trillions of dollars, the middle class loses cash flow, but yet the rich get richer. That's the real deal. That's what is really happening in America. But you got AOC telling you that, no, Orange Man is bad. You got to listen to ultra libs. And the sad thing is a lot of ultra libs, they maybe have had 1 or 2 science courses in college. Maybe.
The European, our allies, to pay their fair share. Stop tilting the playing field when it comes to trade. When it comes to defense, don't ask me to watch your back while you do deals with natural gas, with Russia, and everything else. In fact, it's mission accomplished if you see what Macron said in France. Quote, after the inauguration of the new administration in the U.S., it is more than ever up to the Europeans to not only spend more for defense, but also have to develop its own industrial foundation, its own capabilities, its own industry. My goodness, well, however you did it, you need Donald Trump to tell you to be autonomous?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I remember the first time around when Donald Trump was haranguing all the NATO countries and saying, you've got to pay your way. Why should America keep paying for all you guys?
Exactly.
Exactly.
There are an awful lot of leaders in Europe that just use America as the smorgasbord for the world. You know, we're just the big buffet. Just come to America, it's all you can eat. The American taxpayer is going to foot the bill. The Federal Reserve will just keep on printing money. Congress will keep on issuing bonds. Don't worry, America will pay for you. All you can eat chicken.
If you're not paying your basic dues that you're supposed to pay. And guess what? When he said that and said, if you don't, NATO will become obsolete. In other words, what's the point of it if you're not going to, as members, pay your membership fee? They all started paying up. And that has made Europe a more secure place because they're now paying more for their defense. And I think he's right to say they should now be paying more. We've had our first war in Europe for many decades with Vladimir Putin invading Ukraine. Nobody thought that could happen, but it happened. And the reality is Europe needs to spend more on defense. And Donald Trump knows that. And he also is right to say that why should America...
Right. I don't know. This is the first time I've seen this video, so I'm not sure what he's going to say next. But what popped in my mind is this. A lot of these countries, they have a system where the schools are paid for at the secondary level. They have more of your healthcare paid for. So why is American citizens that have less reliance on the government for secondary education in terms of pay, and we're paying the most in healthcare? Why are American citizens paying for the military protection of the European Union, while their citizens are getting more freebies from their society? Now, I'm against socialism, right? I'm against it. But independent if I'm for or against, do you think it's fair for a country to be a parasite on the United States, sucking the blood of the American taxpayer to fund their military security? Of course not. That's not fair. So maybe they should look internally in Europe and realize that maybe they need to start protecting themselves. And if that means that they have to cut certain social programs to do it, then so be it. They've been living free for a long time, like since World War II.
Respond to any begging bowl from a country that isn't prepared to pay what is just basically supposed to pay up as dues. I agree with him, and he's right.
Yeah, buy the weapons from us, friends and family discount. Just learn to defend yourself, so we'll always have you back. Pierce, the last 2 times you appeared in the show, Donald Trump texted you to tell you what a great appearance. Do you think he'll text you again?
You know, I was remembering actually that a week after he got shot, he appeared on another rally stage, and I was stunned. And I appeared on your show that night. I phoned in from London that day, came on your show live, and I said, isn't it amazing that he, having a week ago nearly been assassinated, and the way he responded in that moment, standing, shouting, fight, 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 the most extraordinary act of courage and defiance imaginable. And then a week later, he's back out there in front of 20,000 complete strangers, mainly, not knowing if there might be another shooter in there. I thought that showed remarkable personal bravery. And I said that on your show, and he rang me when I got back to my hotel room. And we had a great 20-minute conversation. And I really detected right there and then, this was a slightly changed guy, and that he was going to win the election. And when he won, I rang him a few hours after he won, the next morning. And I said, you know why you won? I said, obviously, immigration was a huge thing, the economy. But actually, what you said about a core of common sense, that's why you won. You've come to represent, antidote to woke. And that, thank God, frankly.
All right, Peter, it's always great to talk to you. Thanks so much for your time and once again being our lead guest. Have a great weekend.
All right, before I go to the next video, please help support my work. Get healthy, follow my protocols. I have supplements that I take every day to help improve my health, slow down the aging process, improve my immune system, improve my endocrine system. It's obviously working. All right. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and follow my protocols, follow my lead. I tell you how to stack this stuff. I know people can't afford everything, right? So I try to, give ideas on how to stack different ways to give you what you need to improve your health at a reasonable price. Make sure you use discount 5, all caps, discount 5, you get $5 off. And if you buy an anti-aging box or a longevity box, the way I designed the boxes, they're at a discount. So you can add that discount 5 on top of the anti-aging longevity boxes. Or you can buy the products individually. It's up to you. So what I'd like to talk about really quickly is one of the pillars. All right. For the ones that have been listening, I have 3 pillars, but I've just recently added a 4th pillar to this protocol. All right. And I'll talk about it. So the first pillar is neutralize pathogens. All right. The second pillar is bring down inflammation. The third pillar is bringing down reactive oxygen species, bring down the oxidative stress that's on the cell and in the tissues. And the next is to really supercharge the metabolism. All right. So that 4th pillar, which is new to how I've been describing this. So I want to talk about bringing down the inflammation part of the pillar. You can do that with 3 supplements that I offer. Turmeric is an antioxidant and brings down inflammation, helps to improve the immune system and the cardiovascular system. Ashwagandha root brings down cortisol levels and helps to control your blood glucose levels. When you stack these together, it's very powerful. You're bringing down inflammation and boosting up your immune system. And when you bring down inflammation at the vascular level, you're reducing the chances of building up plaque. Really important. All right. A lot of people don't realize in the United States, because of the food we eat and we have a stressful environment, and hell, just listening to my show probably increased your cortisol levels. All right. But elevated cortisol levels chronically is immunosuppressive. You don't want that. It weakens your immune system. All right. You want to calm that down. You want to be in a parasympathetic mode, and you don't want to overactivate your cortisol levels. So ashwagandha root controls that, brings them down. So that's important. So make sure you take ashwagandha root and turmeric. Get them on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You want to supercharge bringing down that inflammation and boosting up your immune system. Take lignans. Lignans is a powder. You mix it with soft foods or with filtered water or a smoothie. Mix it with your food. Take it every day. Take it with the turmeric and the ashwagandha for a better stack. But you can take it separately, but you're supercharging it when you take the stack. All right. And when you do that, you're improving your endocrine system and your immune system, bringing down that inflammatory response. So it helps with inflammation, and it's also an antioxidant. So you're soaking up free radicals. Really important to stack lignans, turmeric, and the ashwagandha. All right. So if you want to focus on one part of the 4 pillars that I just talked about and bring down inflammation and improve your cardiovascular system and improve your immune system, this is a great way to do it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Again, make sure you use discount 5 to get $5 off. I want people to get the products and get healthy. That's the whole point here. All right. And I'm telling you how to do it. All right. You can't just take one thing. One thing isn't going to work for you. But stacking stuff really supercharges. So get the lignans, the turmeric, and the ashwagandha, take them together, and they'll really supercharge your health. All right. All right, let's take a look at news. Did I? No, I did play that. All right, Russia expert on super important thing Putin wants. This was 15 hours ago on CNN.
Russian President Vladimir Putin says he's ready to meet with President Trump to talk about the war in Ukraine. This comes just a day after Trump warned of new tariffs and sanctions on Moscow. But the Russian leader dismissed those threats, calling Trump, quote, smart and pragmatic. The Russian president also said if Trump had been in power, the, quote, crisis in Ukraine would never have happened. This is how Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky responded.
He wants to manipulate the desire of the President of the United States of America to achieve peace.
I'm
I am confident.
I'm sorry. I have to interject only 32 seconds into CNN. Talking about a Euro whiner, Zelensky is a Euro whiner, constantly wanting more money from the United States to conduct a war that I personally think shouldn't have started. Don't you find it odd that we pulled out of Afghanistan and, like, shortly after, now I'm speaking on hyperbole, maybe the next day, but shortly after, all of a sudden, there's a problem in Ukraine with Russia. The military-industrial complex can't have a day without someone getting blown up. So we just keep on feeding money into Ukraine. And what is surprising is how I think the Russians have been weakened. All right. I think that the war in Ukraine has shown that the Russian military isn't as strong as we thought. And that probably is true about North Korea and China. But I guess it's better to think that your enemy is stronger than they really are. But the point here is that there's just never-ending money just flowing to Zelensky's war effort and his cocaine habit. Never-ending. Never-ending. Meanwhile, we have veterans that have fought in many wars of the past that are underserved, that need help, that are struggling. But we'll give billions of dollars to cocaine Zelensky, but we can't help our own veterans from prior wars. Amazing how that works, huh?
Russian manipulations will succeed anymore.
Joining us now to talk more about this, an expert on Russia, CNN contributor and former CNN Moscow Bureau Chief Jill Doherty. It's so great to have you here, Jill. First, let's just start with what President Zelensky was saying there. Is Putin using manipulation tactics on Trump?
Well, I think definitely. I mean, that is part of the playbook as a former KGB agent. But in a broader way, with Putin, there is always...
Let me get this straight. You have a real estate tycoon in the New York City sector of the industry. And the implicitness of their conversation on CNN is like Trump is going to realize that that Putin's trying to, win him over. Don't you think that Trump has a little bit more savviness, especially with decades of dealing with the New York developer scene in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s? Don't you think that he learned something? I mean, come on. But we'll have a professor that tells us, Jill, that, you know, we got to be careful that maybe Putin is using his KGB spider sense on Trump.
So on the other hand, you know, all these threats that are coming or came a few days ago from President Trump, Putin essentially saying, oh, you know, we have a great relationship, business-like relations. President Trump would never do anything to hurt his economy, etc. And then you have the spokesperson for Putin essentially saying, you know, there's nothing new here. President Trump likes sanctions, but sanctions aren't going to work because our president has been putting up with that for a very long time, etc. But I think, you know, the ultimate game for Putin is he wants to be back on the world stage as a leader who is on the level of President Trump. So he, you know, that is what he's looking for. That's the most important thing. And
the reality of the situation, Putin is never going to be at the same level as the president of the United States. I don't think any president from Russia is going to be at the same level as the president of the United States, let alone Trump. All right. The closest, because of the growing economy or the military expansionism in Asia, the closest competitor that we have is China. It's not Russia. I mean, the GDP of Russia is like a state. So the real enemy, the real competitor that we got to worry about is China. So Putin is never going to be at the same level. All of these people, all of these other countries are going to be subpar. And get real. It's all about it's how big your economy is, how big your military is, how big your military is, and how strong your economy is.
Ukraine is very, very important to Putin in a way that a lot of other issues are not. But the super important thing is to be at the table and to be a deal maker and a decider.
And you've described solving the war in Ukraine as devilishly complicated, especially now that North Korea is involved. Tell us more about how you're thinking about that. Explain why that is.
Well, I mean, President Trump has said he wants to solve it very quickly, maybe now 100 days from now. But, you know, if you look at this issue right now, it's almost like a puzzle. You have a huge war in the middle of Europe, which is completely pulled apart a lot of the relationships previously. So NATO has grown, Russia is more truculent, etc. Then you have the fact that North Korean troops, 10,000 of them, are fighting and dying in Ukraine right now for Russia.
But would we have had this problem if there wasn't NATO expansionism since Bush Sr.? I would say no. Now, I remember this really well because I was alive during all this. It's the expansionism of NATO towards the East that set the ball in motion, and the hubris that the United States has with its military industrial complex.
So North Korea, nuclear power, by the way, as we know, is engaged. Then you have China. China's engaged in a way of, let's say, helping Russia to avoid sanctions. So, yeah, I mean, you can see kind of the complications of all of this right now, not to mention nuclear arms agreements, etc. So I think, you know, to get the details, what does President Trump think he's going to do to really come to some conclusion? And I think what he's done is simply said, I don't want this anymore, take it off the table and let my guys figure it out.
Yeah. And so to that end, not that you have a crystal ball, but what might that look like?
You know, the problem we have with the national security state is they're all perma bears. all perma-bears against Russia. You know what? When there was a federation, when there was the fall of the Soviet Union, it was a perfect opportunity to actually integrate economically with the West and be allied. You wouldn't have to do the NATO expansion because there's not an enemy, you know, on the Eastern Front anymore. And you could focus on what if China, the dragon, rises up in Asia and decides to take Taiwan. Now you have a two-front war. You have an ally in the north for the United States that could put pressure on China, and you have the United States from the moving towards the island chains and protecting the island chains as another force vector against China. But no, the infinite wisdom of the Kennedy School at Harvard decided to have a policy that is NATO expansion and get rid of Putin. I wonder how it's all going to play out when we have World War III in the Pacific.
A month or so.
Well, yeah, it is complicated, but I think, you know, if you look at Zelensky, because you can see him in the middle, you know, he wants probably some agreement ultimately, but what kind of an agreement? And he sees Trump coming in, you know, making moves, not always clear where he's going. So I think best case for Zelensky, for Ukraine, would be war comes to an end. There is some sort of long-term stable security structure in place to protect Ukraine. And that would probably, obviously, mean NATO membership, which is very controversial, etc. The worst case, I think, for Zelensky would be Trump stops the aid, especially military aid. Then Zelensky is forced into some type of agreement. He has to give up territory.
The worst case for Zelensky is that his cocaine habit isn't further pushed by the funding of the U.S. He goes in withdrawals, and someone assassinates his ass.
That's kind of already out there as a possibility, but no NATO membership, as Putin wants, that would be a very big deal. And then the worst thing, I think, for Ukraine would be if Russia succeeds in taking over Ukraine. And now, obviously, militarily would be a dire consequence, but it could also be undermining Ukraine, taking it over in a sense politically and emasculating it so that it cannot become part of the West as it wants to. So, and then I'm sure you could put a list for Putin as well, but that's certainly, you know, some of the.
You're right. It's complicated. Yes.
Yeah, it's complicated. It's complicated because the national security state poked the bear by expanding NATO. It should have never happened. It makes a whole lot of sense that region would have been a buffer zone between the if you're not going to integrate Russia into the, you know, the economic Western world, right? Heavily, all right? If you're not going to do that, then having a buffer system, having a buffer countries like Ukraine between NATO and Russia was a good idea. It's complicated because our wonderful strategic advisors led us down this road. All right. Let's go to Fox News and talk about more about Massachusetts governor backtracks on immigrant deportations. Change in tune. I'm not really sure what is going on there.
This is a Kizik shoe. It's a hands-free shoe that you just slip right on, and it stays on. After years of development, We have come up with a hands-free sheet.
The first active duty troops have now arrived at the southern border, and Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, says military planes will deport every migrant every day.
Is that going to be a constant commitment from the U.S. military every single day to take deportees out?
Yes.
But
So
we
is
had
this-
every day, we had people going across the border. Why not every day deport them? Doesn't that make sense? Why would you want to fill your tub faster than you can actually get the water out? You don't want it to spill all over the place, do you?
We'll see every single day ending in what the president has promised is millions and millions being deported.
Yes, but you're gonna see that number steadily increase, the number of arrests nationwide as we open up the aperture. Right now, it's concentrated public safety threats, national security threats. That's a smaller population. So we're going to do this on priority basis, as President Trump's promised, but as that aperture opens, there'll be more arrests nationwide.
Raids are now underway, and the far-left resistance appears to be cracking.
And that is exactly what we need. We need to be able to control our border. It's crazy that we don't. But yet we'll send billions of dollars to cocaine Zelensky.
Democrat-led cities remain defiant, including Boston, but Massachusetts governor is beginning to change her tune.
If the Trump administration requests it, would the Massachusetts State Police assist in mass deportations?
No, absolutely not. Every tool in the toolbox has got to be used to protect our citizens, protect our residents, and protect our state.
I wouldn't describe them as raids. It seems to be is what we expected and what I support, which is the apprehension of criminals in our communities.
The tool in the toolbox that the Republicans have is a chainsaw to the ultra-liberal policies. I mean, we need to do totally Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Their policies are destroying America.
What a change in tune. Miss Lisa Booth, I come to you. You know, there's a lot of blue state Democrats who said they're not going to help Donald Trump. The mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, is another one of those individuals. Do you think these elected officials who are clearly obstructing ICE should face consequences, including jail time?
Absolutely.
I do. I think they should. I mean, they're breaking the law and they're putting their citizens at risk. I mean, look at some of these people that they're protecting. I mean, one day alone, they got over 530 illegal immigrants caught. 373 were criminals. You look at rapists, attempted murderers in the midst, pedophiles in the mix as well, that were all caught up in this one-day roundup by the new Trump administration. I love the clip when you had the Haitian gang member with 18 convictions in recent years, and he said, "I'm not going back to Haiti, F Trump, Biden forever," which kind of tells us everything. But beyond that, you had Tom Homan, the borders are on the Will Cave show, and he was asked about it, and he goes, "Well, he's wrong, he's going back to Haiti." But so, very forceful message there. But what Congress needs to do when they look at this reconciliation package coming up in this budget matter, we have to get funding for the Trump administration to do their job. It's going to cost money to do these mass deportations. You've got 55% of all America, or 55% of Americans want to deport all illegal immigrants, according to the New York Times. The American people are behind Trump. This was one of the top issues. Yeah. Congress has got to get it done, but Trump needs the funding. The Trump administration needs the funding to get it done.
And there's some polling that shows over 60% of.
Well, there are different questions, but that was for, I think, criminals, and then the 55% was for all illegal aliens. Yeah. Same poll, but different questions.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now, Molly, you are from that. No, you're not from Massachusetts, but you live there.
Yeah.
What are people feeling about the government's sentiments about deporting migrants?
Yeah, it's been a pretty incredible week in Massachusetts, and Bill Maloogian and Jeremy Kobus, they were up there doing this incredible ride-along with ICE, in which the video with the Haitian man came through that incredible storytelling that they did. But over the course of even around 6 months, there have been more than 24 sex offenders captured by ICE as they've been working all of this time. So there is a concern in these communities in Massachusetts, broadly across the nation, about criminals being in the community that shouldn't be here at all. But it's been fascinating to watch the Massachusetts governor change her tune to a certain extent, most glaringly on that particular point where she said the state police would not cooperate back in November, and then just the other day saying cooperation by my administration through the state police, by others in local law enforcement, will continue with our federal authorities. State police will cooperate. That's always been the case.
Yeah.
So it's been interesting to see a change in tune. It is notable that Massachusetts does not shy away from electing Republican governors from time to time. So there may be perhaps a little bit of that also in the Democratic minds across the state, the blue state, that this is perhaps what people are looking for.
Yeah.
They want to see that shift politically.
Hopefully, what we're seeing in the United States is a shift towards conservatism, a shift to common sense. Maybe the pendulum is swinging away from the liberals, the ultra liberals, and moving towards a more moderate conservatism. Now, there's individuals that are using terms like progressive conservatives or progressive conservatism. All right. Now, typically in prior years, progressive policies were more in line with liberal policies. But this term, and I think it's Dr. Turley that brings it up, there's a progressivism that's happening in the conservative movement. So the way I interpret it is it's more like we're actually getting to more common sense, middle of the road or right of center, but not ultra conservative. That's a good thing for the country. All right, you can have progressive policies that are helping the middle class, but still have a conservative bent of God, country, and family. Meanwhile, you have the ultra libtards pushing their progressive agenda, and it's changing your karyotype at any, on Tuesday and Thursday, and then you change it back on, the other days of the week. I mean, the progressiveness that they have is to the land of the loony bin. But the Republican Party has taken a big chunk of the middle class away. Now, it could be, Trump, he's worth a lot of money. Most people would love to have the amount of money he has. All right? But there is an element, because of his upbringing in New York and working, being around people that are doing construction, there is an element of his personality that is blue collar. Even though, he was raised in an upper middle class background. And he's very wealthy now, right? But there is an element of blue collar. So he represents as a Republican. He's something different. He's not a Democrat or a Republican, but he's representing the Republican Party. But there's a different element to it because of this blue collarness of his personality. He's not as articulate as other educated Ivy Leaguers are. But you know what? He talks like the average person, and the average person understands what he's saying. So the Republican Party has now carved out for their own a big part of the middle class that typically went Democrat. You had party bosses, right? Union bosses, they didn't want to vote for Trump. Why? Because they're on the take. They're part of that whole DNC apparatus. But the members, they heard from those speeches from Trump that this person is similar to them, that Trump is like them. Even though he's wealthy, he sees the world, his worldview is like their worldview. And it's because of being around the construction workers during his formative years. He likes watching boxing matches and, is into sports. So there's a masculine blue collar aspect to him that people admire. So this is the reason why this new movement, this Trump movement that's happening in the United States, that hopefully it continues on after him. I'm not sure if it will, but there's a progressive element to it because they've carved out blue collar workers. This is an important piece to what just happened in the United States. So you start asking the average blue collar worker, right? Working on the line, or as a plumber, or as a, electrician. A lot of times electricians are making more than doctors are, especially if they own their own business. All right. But the thing is that, they're working with their hands. All right. And they're demonized by society. Maybe they're not as formally educated, but they work hard. And believe me, if you have a stuffed up toilet and you can't fix it, you're going to want your plumber to fix it, right? Try to ask someone that's coming out of the Kennedy School at Harvard, about international policy and see if they can fix their toilet. Most likely they can't. So the point here is that there's a big part of the population that is in tune to the same harmonic with this whole illegal immigration stuff. So Massachusetts might, at the governor level, might go Republican. Might, because there's enough blue collar workers there. They might go, you know what? I'm tired of the insanity from the left.
Brian,
That again.
Brian, there's a lot of conversation that Democrats usually say, oh, well, if you deport all these migrants, who's going to be able to do this particular job and this particular job? How does this impact the economy?
Well, I'm sorry I have to interrupt every 10 seconds. That's just wrong. It's just wrong thinking. If slavery was bad before the Civil War and during the Civil War, if slavery was bad, why is using illegal immigrants and paying them lower than standard wages? How is that right? It's not. It's just modern day slavery. But the Democratic Party keeps on promoting it. Now, part of the reason is to switch states and gain more power, especially if you give them amnesty and they become citizens and they'll vote Democrat. But there's another element to it, and that is the ethos, the core, the root of the Democratic Party has always been, and most likely always will be, about slavery. But yet they'll try to use projection on you and say, you conservatives, you're the slave owners. You're the one that's promoting slavery. We want our reparations. But it was the Democratic Party that actually pushed slavery. Now, the whole slave issue in the United States is a big, long historical issue. I can't, I'm just broad brushing it. But a big part of the Democratic Party's history has been aligned towards slavery. Like real slavery. Chains and ball and chain and plantation. picking the cotton type slavery. But we got a new type of slavery that's going on. That is having illegals, promoting the movement of illegals over the border, and then spinning it in some sort of weird economic viability, saying that we need them here so we can lower the cost of goods and services. Because your pizza delivery has to be cheaper. But yet you have an American kid that wants to go to college and is having a hard time paying for his tuition or her tuition and is trying to find jobs to be able to work themselves through college. But they can't find the jobs because they're taken by the illegal immigrants, because there's really slavery going on. To think that there's not slavery in the United States, you're not awake. Slavery is happening, but it's in a different way. It's through suppressed wages because of undocumented workers.
Job is, I'd like it that a murderer or a rapist not do his job.
Yeah.
How about that? Because that's what Tom Homan is saying.
Yes.
He's saying we're going after these guys. Do you want a murderer to do your lawn care or to work at the restaurant or whatever it is? I don't. So the governor of Massachusetts is kind of sitting there thinking, well, if I oppose apprehending murderers and rapists, I wonder if I'm going to get a challenge in the next election. And the answer is yes, because somebody's going to speak common sense and say, that's what I'm going to do. But they do need to fund this, because you have cities that are fighting against it. And the Trump administration is going to have to do the job with ICE, with Tom Homan, and not expect local law enforcement in some cases to help. Not because they don't want to, probably, but because they're in a city where the city council won't let them. That's the tragedy of it.
Yeah.
I was thinking lawn care with the side of murder.
Who wants that?
That's a good point.
We'll find somebody else to do that job. There's an American who can do that job.
Literally.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brighteon Channel.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver toothpaste that I have. This structural nano silver toothpaste will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with your gum line health, neutralize pathogens, and by having good oral hygiene, you're going to reduce the chances of cardiovascular disease and valvular disease. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get a few tubes of this toothpaste. It has no fluoride in it. It's a very high quality toothpaste that I use every day. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this structural nano silver toothpaste. I also have very high quality soaps. You can get it in charcoal tea tree on my store. Get a few bars for your household. Very high quality, way better than Procter & Gamble and the crap that they make. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get a few bars of this charcoal tea tree soap. All right, so let's go to another wonderful video. Let's go to Jesse Waters, see what he has to say about this. Makes Biden look like such a traitor. All right, this was published a day ago.
Deportation's going very well. We're getting the bad, hard criminals out. These are murderers. These are people that have been as bad as you get, as bad as anybody you've seen. We're taking them out first. Thank you.
President Trump sending a strong and clear message as ICE begins their deportation flights. The White House releasing these striking images showing some of the country's most dangerous criminal migrants boarding a one-way flight out of our country. It's a sharp contrast to the days of Joe Biden's shameful midnight flights that flew illegals in under the cover of darkness. And that's not all. We're also getting brand new video that shows military helicopters and Marines at the southern border helping agents there with security operations. And check out this incredible moment. Deported illegals arriving back in Mexico and warning others with this message.
Hay mucha migra y todos están cayendo. No les recomiendo cruzar porque hay un chingo de...
Everyone's getting caught, as well it should be. You know, what's interesting, Harold, is that Governor Healy in Massachusetts, a Democrat, she was going to use every tool in her arsenal to fight back against Trump, but she made an about face. Why do you think that is, and will others follow?
I think she made an about face. I don't know all that she said, but I did see some of those things, and she's now in full support of these things. I think people realize that when you're able to make your streets safer, and you're able to reduce the cost of taking care of people whom many in your community don't want in your community, I think that's a positive thing. I think you'll find more and more electeds, and I think your question really is focused on Democrats, and particularly those who may have said that their cities or states would be more sanctuary-like. I think they're going to hear from voters. You've seen even in Chicago, where a big core of the voting population there and a lot of big constituency groups there, including a lot of African Americans, is saying we can't afford this. Why is this happening? Now, this group here, the president saying, these are what Tom Homan said are the worst of the people here. I'm a believer. Our country's has been built over the years on accepting people who want to come and play by the rules and want to come and live the great American dream. But when you come and commit crimes and the kind of heinous crimes and violent crimes people are committing, there's no question the president will continue to enjoy support for this. And as I said yesterday, this is how you keep that coalition together that elected you, Mr. President, back in 2024. It could get a little dicey as things goes on, but people are going to continue to support this.
You know, Shannon, Harold said when the Democrats realized that it's making streets safer, as if they couldn't figure that out before. But you know what I think it is, Shannon? I think it's a recognition that they're going to be charged with obstruction, with interfering, and they don't want to be taken out in cuffs, okay? They cannot stop it. But this Mayor Johnson is already in Chicago, Brandon Johnson's already spent $500 million in Chicago. And he's got a campaign starting to know your rights. He said he wants to protect people. Do you want to protect Americans or illegals?
Well, and that's the question. There are the optics now that Democrats have to contend with as well, because Chicago is one of the places where some federal officials have said, we want to go in the jails and get the bad guys and take them out of here, but we can't go into the jails. So I don't know what the argument is there for protecting bad guys. I'm not sure what that argument is, but that's a hard one for Democrats to make. So Tom Homan and others are going out there saying, we're going after people convicted of all kinds of things like rape and assault and attempted murder and that kind of stuff. You can't stand there as a Governor Healy or anyone else to say, like, we're going to keep up these efforts. And as you mentioned, this executive order says two things. We can either come after you civilly or criminally if you impede this federal operation, or the president has ordered these agencies.
Mark my words. Mark my words. I'm saying this on January 26th. All right? Sometime during the Trump administration, the Democratic Party, most likely during the midterm election, but maybe after, is going to be pushing for reparations. And that's going to be a powder keg. It's going to be a powder keg because you have progressive conservatives that are supporting Trump's initiatives. You're cleaning up the mess of the Democratic Party internationally and domestically. And then they're going to try to get the black vote by pushing reparations. And it will be a huge powder keg.
Yeah, cutting off federal funding to these places as well.
Mm-hmm. All right, Greg. Shannon just mentioned, you know, we can go into the jails. Should these illegals who are here in charge of crime, should they be convicted and spend time in the United States, or should they be automatically deported and put on a C-130?
It depends on the crime. If they're, you know, like pedophiles, murderers, we deport them, but we don't. We deport them before we land the plane.
Drop them.
You drop them is what I say. It is interesting, though, that foreign pedophiles are treated better than American pedophiles. It's like you have these city leaders like trying to muck up the works so you can't arrest these guys. Why are they different? Would you treat our criminals the same way? They actually captured, and I believe they're deporting some sexual abusers of children. And I'm wondering where AOC is in this. You know, shouldn't the children that these abusers have been traveling with, how dare you separate them? Shouldn't they be together? Isn't that what she was talking about? Of course, she's not going to say that because the separation policy is designed for that, to keep the guys that are raping kids or trying to sell kids.
It's not just that. Gutfield or whatever his name is, AOC is supporting, maybe she doesn't even realize it, but she's supporting slavery, modern day slavery.
From pretending to being their guardian. Again, this is free money for Trump. He's not creating new laws. He's simply enforcing the existing laws, and everybody's looking at it going, whoa, so we can do this? I had no idea. This is what happens when you get rid of the hoaxes. That when you get rid of the hoaxes, you get rid of these pushers of hoaxes in the media, now you see that there's nothing to fear when you follow the law. Nobody's turning into Hitler. There are no concentration camps. It was all a lie.
Yes, indeed. Now, you know, these illegals, Jesse, have been able to and have literally been exempted from United States laws. And the question now...
You want to know what another gigantic wool over everybody's eyes? 9/11. I'll tell you. I wish to wake up one day and that the United States is back in a world pre-9/11. We have lost so much of our constitutional freedoms and the overgrowth of the national security state right after 9/11. It would be a wonderful world if we could actually go back to a pre-9/11 day. So it dovetails into what they're saying. They tried in the media to make you worry about the terrorist around the corner, or maybe even ET coming from some, you know, far away galaxy, and they're gonna take away, you know, they're gonna attack you. So we gotta spend all this money on the national security state and have Larry Ellison making sure that his databases are watching you. Crazy. Just, can we please go back to a pre-9/11 day? Wouldn't that be lovely?
I mean, do you, and I'm just curious as to what the thinking is. Should they spend jail time here or just deport?
Well, on the one hand, it's expensive to imprison these people.
Right.
But if you deport them and they sneak back in, that's another issue.
Yeah.
So I'm with Greg. It depends on what the crime is. If it's a hardcore crime, I say we imprison them here. But if it's just a small misdemeanor, send them back and you take the risk. Remember the talking point about not all migrants are criminals. So what? and look at all of these criminals going home. And all it did, it took a show of force. Just the visual of having these C-130s out hovering over the border.
All it takes is leadership, real leadership, to get a job done, not afraid to break some eggs. You got to make the omelet. You got to break the eggs.
How scared people are now? They used to average thousands of border apprehensions per day. After Trump came on, a couple hundred. No one's even making the trek anymore. It looks to me like Johnson in Chicago wants to get arrested. It looks like he wants to be a martyr. And he wants to now be known for defending criminal illegal aliens. If he does that and the media starts supporting Johnson and makes him this big anti-Trump resistance hero, that is going to send the Democratic Party so far back in time. And the more and more you realize about how long these killers and rapists languish in our cities, 17 arrests, this feisty Haitian illegal the other day. When you swear in,
I've been here since 2013.
As a president, you swear to protect against enemies, foreign and domestic. And he's letting foreign enemies prey on Americans for years. And they obviously knew where he was. Because on the first week, they had his address and picked him up. This just makes Joe Biden look like such a traitor.
Well, yeah, no question. And he's thanking Joe Biden and Barack Obama. Thanks, bro.
You didn't ask me the question. I think she should send them back. These people have already been convicted and they're still out because our laws need to be changed. And
Well, some of them haven't been convicted yet. In other words, we haven't had the ability to try them because they're being protected in the sanctuary.
So
That's part of the problem.
I think they should be sent back.
Okay, send them back on that C-130 and airdrop them.
And build them for the flight. Click here.
I think they should drop them right out of the plane without a parachute. That's what I think. And not only that, you should have gun turrets along the southern border and signs saying that if you cross, you're getting shot. But why don't we use our military to actually protect our border? I mean, isn't that what most countries do? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support my work, because where else are you going to get such profound opinions? Get the resveratrol. This resveratrol is something that I've been taking for a very long time, all right? Taking resveratrol is going to allow you to get rid of cells that stop dividing, and they just collect garbage. You want to get rid of them. It's called senescence. You want to get rid of senesced cells. And resveratrol helps to improve the mitochondrial health of your cells. It's an antioxidant, and it stacks really well with C60, NAD+, and ubiquinol. You should be taking resveratrol. It works a lot better when you stack it with something like C60, ubiquinol, or NAD+. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the resveratrol. I've been taking resveratrol for decades, all right? Some people are watching my show. I've been taking resveratrol, for the ones that are younger, I've been taking resveratrol longer than you're alive. So, all right. Vitamin C. Vitamin C is important for your immune system. This has also magnesium. This is going to help to boost up your immune system and help with your skin health. All right. If you're not feeling well during the cold season, take a double dose. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. Please go to my store, get the vitamin C and the magnesium. And since we're talking about magnesium and zinc is really important to boost up your immune system. So I have a great supplement here that has magnesium and zinc. Again, if you're not feeling well, take a double dose. A great way during the cold season, you're not feeling well, take one dose in the morning and another dose in the evening. Make sure you drink it with filtered water, right? It's a high quality magnesium and zinc. You should be taking it every day. A lot of people don't have enough zinc in their diet, and you got to take a supplement to boost up your immune system. Go to my store and get the zinc. Very, 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 very important. All right, I want to go to CNN, and about 14 hours ago, Schumer was on CNN, and the title of it is Schumer Issues Warning About Trump Administration. Now, we have to worry about what Schumer has to say. He was incognito when, the crisis was happening in 2020. Don't you remember? I called his office like multiple times. You remember that? Also, Schumer, he's a terrible cook. Did you see the picture while he was making his hamburgers? Really? Really? I mean, come on. Talking about a guy that is on take and is corrupt and uses that whole game theory. He is the Senate version of Nancy Pelosi in terms of game theory. It's amazing that he's still around.
Spectrum abre cada día una puerta a posibilidades sin límites. Con Spectrum, tus juegos te transportan a otro universo. Y con las velocidades de internet más confiables, haz streaming estés donde estés. Cámbiate al internet Premier de Spectrum.
I would like you to build this. Something boundless. Something new.
The streamers test now been nominated for 10 Academy Awards.
First, let's bring in CNN's Annie Grayer.
on Capitol Hill. So what is happening right now with the vote for Kristi Noem?
Well, we just learned that Kristi Noem was confirmed to be Donald Trump's Secretary for Homeland Security. The vote was 59-34, which means that Democratic senators joined Republicans in confirming Noem, who was the governor of South Dakota before this. So Noem now has a huge job in front of her. Just getting confirmed was honestly just the first step. Leading the Department of Homeland Security means that she's going to have to take on Trump's very aggressive immigration proposals when it comes to the southern border, when it comes to mass deportations. And DHS also oversees FEMA, which deals with disaster relief, and Trump is making news on that. Just yesterday, he's saying that he doesn't even know if FEMA should continue to exist. And as the country is reeling from the devastating fires in California and hurricanes across the South, Noem is going to have to contend with all of that. So she has a huge agenda in front of her, but the Senate gave Donald Trump another win for his cabinet today.
Right, and so let's talk a little bit more about the president's Pentagon pick. While he was confirmed and he got that tie-breaking vote from the new vice president, it didn't come easily.
No, it was a very close vote. Given the narrow majority that Republicans have in the Senate, they could only lose 3 Republican senators, and that's how many they lost, which is what required Vice President Vance to have to come in at the 11th hour to put Hegseth over the finish line. Now, we knew that Senators Collins and Murkowski were going to be voting no on Hegseth. They had made that clear prior to the vote, but the big surprise of the night was Mitch McConnell voting against Hegseth. And there is no secret to the tense relationship between McConnell and Trump. In fact, I caught up with Republican Senator Tuberville just a few minutes ago, who spoke with me about just how tense this relationship is and how it's no mystery why McConnell voted no. But Hegseth's nomination process in general was just full of controversies. There were a number of allegations of sexual misconduct with women, of excessive drinking, and how he spent his money in his former jobs. So he had a lot to defend throughout this entire process. He continued to maintain he did nothing wrong, and Trump stood by him this whole time. So getting Hegseth over the finish line and doing so quickly was a huge win for Trump. And now with Hegseth officially sworn in, that's another win for Trump and his administration.
Yeah, and one has to wonder whether that will help set the tone for the process for some of the other nominees. All right, Annie Grayer, thank you so much for that. All right, with me now to talk more about this cabinet vote and other issues surrounding Trump's first week in office for his new term, Carrie Cordero. She's a CNN national security and legal analyst. Carrie, great to see you this morning. Thanks. Great to be with you. All right, so this was just the second time in history a vice president had to cast the tie-breaking vote for a cabinet pick. One of Hegseth's first tests will be how he handles Trump's demand to send U.S. troops to the border and potentially assist in his vows of mass deportation of undocumented immigrants. So what kind of legal and national security concerns might you have on this?
Well, now that he's in the position of Secretary of Defense, I think anybody who's involved in national security issues is rooting for his ability to manage the completely complex enterprise that is the Department of Defense. Domestic deployment of the military is just one aspect of the responsibility.
Maybe it needs to be truncated. Maybe it needs to be reorganized. Maybe it hasn't been pruned for a while and it needs some pruning.
That he's going to have. When we look at all of the executive orders that the president has issued this week, declaring the national emergency on the border and the ability to deploy domestic troops is actually, I think, on the lower scale of the things that will be challenged or that the administration won't be able to do. I think the more complex challenges from the military perspective will be dealing with international partners, dealing with the hotspots all around the world.
Some pretty powerful words coming from Senator Mitch McConnell. He didn't mince words really on talking about all of those things that you just mentioned. In his words, he said, effective management of nearly 3 million military and civilian personnel an annual budget of nearly $1 trillion, and alliances and partnerships around the world is a daily test with staggering consequences for the security of the American people and our global interests. Mr. Hegseth has failed as yet to demonstrate that he—
Isn't that rich? Isn't that so rich for Senator Mitch McConnell, Republican, telling the world that he doesn't think that Hegseth is qualified for the job? Yet, Mitch McConnell will get up to the podium and you literally see him in real time have a stroke. And he isn't willing to step down. Obviously, McConnell can't do his job. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to see that.
This test. Your thoughts on this? And he was one of those, votes dissenting here, along with Murkowski and Collins.
Sure. So one of 3 Republican senators who had a different view as to really both his qualifications and his fitness when we look at the statements of both Senator McConnell and Senators Collins and Murkowski. But he's in the position now. The vice president under our system casted the deciding vote. He has been sworn in. He's the Secretary of Defense. And so we will see whether he has the capabilities moving forward to lead the department, put in place the individuals, and whether there's Senate confirmation of the individuals who will work beneath him so that they can move forward. But it will be an incredible test, as it is for anybody, given the complexity of the job.
Right. He has no government or agency leadership. Whereas the flip side to that, also being confirmed now this morning, former South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, now confirmed as a new leader of the Department of Homeland Security. Of course, she does come with government leadership. How do you see her being able to transition from governor to now Homeland Security Secretary?
So the Homeland Security Department works really closely with state and local partners. And so hopefully the fact that she has been a governor and worked extensively at the state and local level will be a benefit for her in this role. I think the biggest challenge that she will have, and that any Secretary of Homeland Security has, but particularly she will have, given the policy attention that the Trump administration places on immigration and border security in particular, is whether or not she can also balance the responsibilities with everything else that the department does. Secretary of Homeland Security is a really complicated job. It has so many different responsibilities. So, for example, it's got 22 different agencies originally that were then rolled into the department over 20 years. And so she's got to manage the cybersecurity functions of the department. Obviously, the last year has demonstrated that there needs serious attention towards the management operations of the Secret Service. She's got Transportation Security Agency. I mean, she's got so
it's
many
amazing with people, especially on CNN, but other channels too. They'll tell you about everything about the government and how bad some of these nominees for cabinet positions in agency positions are. They'll tell you how bad they are from the Trump administration. But yet these national security analysts or opinion professors, right, on CNN and other media outlets, I wonder how many of them have actually managed in the corporate world. I bet most have not. Most. Because a big part of their career has been in academia or as a consultant. But they'll tell you all about what it takes to manage a big organization, even though they never did that.
That are beyond border security and immigration. So the question will be, will she have the bandwidth to pay attention to those other issues.
Lots going on in these first 5 days of Trump being in office, from those nominations and confirmations, also executive orders. And then in a late night purge overnight, Trump also reportedly fired at least a dozen independent inspector generals who serve as the government watchdogs. Republican Senator Chuck Grassley is already calling on
the administrative state, AKA the deep state, or elements of the deep state, have a tendency to slow walk policies, especially during the first term of the Trump administration. Maybe Trump is learning that you got to get rid of the slow walkers to be able to get things done. Who runs the agencies? The agencies are under the executive branch. They're not under the legislative branch. They're under the executive branch. Who manages the executive branch? The President of the United States.
Trump to explain these firings, because he was supposed to, provide notice to lawmakers before making such a move. Democrats also very concerned. Take a listen to Senator Schumer.
Yesterday, in the dark of...
Let me speak from the heart for a moment. This year, one choice leaves no doubt.
It just random juxtapositions of things, and synchronicity and all that stuff, just the randomness of that. Don't you find it odd? And this is totally by chance. They're going to segue in their program right to Schumer. But what comes up as a advertisement on YouTube? Enclave. In the corruption of the Catholic Church. Makes you wonder what the hell's really going on in Congress and in the Senate.
Been nominated by the Producers Guild of America for Best Picture of the Year. And Tom Sidley film with 12 BAFTA nominations. Conclave is a stunning cinematic achievement. And now
Yesterday, in the dark of night, President Trump fired at least 12 independent inspector generals at important federal agencies across.
What about in the dark of the night, at about 4 o'clock in the morning, when you had the FBI raiding Roger Stone's house, and his wife was scared because she is hard of hearing and she didn't know what was going on? That was in the dark of night, but yet CNN knew about it right before it happened. In the dark of the night. Let's be dramatic, Senator Schumer. In the dark of the night.
Administration. This is a chilling purge, and it's a preview of the lawless approach Donald Trump and his administration are taking far too often as he's becoming president.
So can Trump unilaterally do this, or do you see some legal challenges coming?
No, he should be able to do this because
Well, it's going to be difficult to challenge it at this point, but what the law says, so the Inspector General Act first of all, inspector generals were put in place by Congress to provide independent oversight over the executive branch. And so they have special authorities that enable them to do investigations within the executive branch. Then the Inspector General Act was amended 2008, I think, in terms of being able to have the president have authority to remove inspector generals, but the president, under the law, is supposed to provide 30 days notice to Congress. So the president has authority to do it, but the law requires that he provide 30 days notice.
And if not, then what? What's the potential
If not, then
ramifications?
Congress has a problem. So we are going to be in a situation. And
so it gets thrown into Congress. The Republicans are have control of it, and it'll be fine. So in reality, nothing's going to happen. It would have been a different story if the Democrats were really in charge of Congress. The worry I have is, do the rhinos rise up underneath their desk and start going against Trump policies? But the problem here is that if you got to root out the deep state, you got to root out the moles. Don't you think that these inspector generals that are within these agencies were part of the problem on slow walking policies? What did Trump say during that whole fire conference that he had with the mayor yesterday and with FEMA? FEMA slow walking. The mayor's slow walking. You got agencies slow walking. Have lawyers that, you know, that find ways to slow things down. Don't you think that the inspector generals are part of that? People need to wake up. We can solve a lot of our problems quickly if we got rid of the fucking lawyers. If we got rid of the bureaucracy. Oh, we got to have all these things to make sure that we're watching over the executive branch. Doesn't that seem that there's an overreach by the legislative branch onto the executive branch? That they're not giving that they are trying to erode the power of the executive branch? Because the way our government's supposed to work, in theory, is that the judicial branch, the executive branch, and the legislative branch are equal. One is not more powerful than the other. But the other way to look at this is that one group, the executive branch can't just do anything it wants. And if it goes overboard, then there can be impeachment hearings and blah, blah, blah. Or the politics of the elections, right? But you can't have, let's say, the legislative branch dictating to the judicial branch court cases, or having the legislative branch slow walk policies of the executive branch. And that's what these inspector generals were doing. So getting rid of them is actually uprooting the administrative state. No, but you got these experts on CNN. They're going to tell you Orange Man's bad. You can't uproot the deep state, because that's the conduit for Congress to be able to control the president. Maybe some of these provisions that Congress wrote in are actually illegal under the whole pillars of government equal power concept of our government.
One, the TikTok law is another, where Congress passed a law that said a certain thing is supposed to happen, and then that doesn't happen. So the remedies available to Congress are obviously, number one, they can do oversight, they can demand information from the executive branch.
Let me get this straight. CNN is complaining that TikTok is being overturned. Congress is saying they want to ban it. It passed through the judicial branch and was upheld, right? I shouldn't say passed through, but it was upheld, this closure of TikTok. Then Trump's saying, you know what? Let's postpone it for whatever, 90 days, 60 days, whatever it is, and try to find a buyer. Maybe that's a better solution. And CNN is saying, well, Congress said something and Trump's doing the opposite. Congress told Biden, Congress a long time ago said that we have immigration law, and the president didn't do anything about it. Obama, Biden, Clinton. Bush Jr., didn't fully use their authority to really close the border. They just let it happen. So you can't just pick and choose, well, Congress said this and the executive branch decided to do something different.
Happen, they can hold hearings if they want to. Normally, the other lever that Congress has available to it is the budget. Query whether in this particular situation, Congress would want to adjust budgets because they want inspector generals to be funded. And then another option that's potentially available is sometimes the House of Representatives actually brings lawsuits. But we'll see whether any of those things will happen. I think Senator Grassley, obviously, who has long been a defender of inspectors general, will want to.
I'm sure Grassley's on the take, like most senators. All right. I saw that there was another. Oh, this is Lindsey Graham joins Dana Bash, and Dana Bash is a Trump hater, to discuss week 1 of the Trump administration.
And Senator Lindsey Graham, chairman of the Budget Committee, a longtime member of the Judiciary Committee, and a.
But the problem with Lindsey is he's Lady Lindsey, but not just that. The problem with Lindsey Graham is there isn't a war that he doesn't like. I mean, really, this guy is a warmonger.
Nice to see you in person. Thank you for being here. Let's start with that claim. It's not common, as you know, to do what he did with those inspectors general. The law says that 30 days before a president fires an inspector general, which of course is an internal watchdog for government agencies, he must tell Congress, tell you why. That didn't happen. He broke the law.
Yeah, I think, he should have done that, but the question is it okay for him to put people in place that he thinks can carry out his agenda? Yeah. He won the election. What do you expect him to do? Just leave everybody in place and watch them before he got elected? This makes perfect sense to me. Get new people. He feels like the government hasn't worked very well for the American people. He's watchdog folks did a pretty lousy job. He wants some new eyes on Washington. That makes sense to me.
Even and especially it's one thing for sort of run-of-the-mill political.
The way Graham is answering the question, it's exactly what I said. Because the Republicans are in control of the House and the Senate with thin margins. As long as the rhinos don't go against Trump, Trump's going to get what he wants. And it's about time, because guess what? The deep state is not for you. The deep state is not for the little guy. The deep state is not for the average citizen. The deep state only takes away from the average citizen. Takes power and money away from the average citizen. And that's why the deep state needs to be uprooted and prosecuted for the things that they've been doing. But CNN, government TV telling you how the deep state loves you.
The prerogative of the president. And it is, Inspector General also, but the Inspector General, as I said, this is supposed to be the person who keeps watch on things.
Well, who is the keep watch on what? He wants to put people in place, including Inspector Generals, that can implement his agenda. Well, I'm Pete Hegseth. A lot of people believe on my side, and public in general, in the last 4 years, the military was too weak and too woke, and Pete's going to fix that. That's why he picked Pete. He thought the military was too weak, too woke, and Pete's going to fix it. That's why he chose Pete. So that's just what it goes when you win an election.
Okay, I want to move on to the pardons.
Yeah.
President Trump pardoned or commuted hundreds of people convicted of assaulting police in the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. Put a lot of lives in danger, including yours.
I want you to just look at one example. I think this is important. Michael Fanone, he was a DC police officer. He was off that day, but he came in because he knew the officers needed help to protect the U.S. Capitol, to protect you and your colleagues. He was tased. He was beaten to the point he had a heart attack. He was threatened with being shot with his own gun. He had to scream back at them, "I have kids." Now, the man who tased him, he was convicted of doing that, Daniel Rodriguez. He was sentenced in 2023 to 12 years in prison. On Monday, he was among those who got full pardon. Are you okay with that?
No, I've always said that.
Here is the issue with January 6th. It's not so much about what happened that day. It's not even so much about the crowd wanting the states to recertify the election, to investigate and do a proper audit and then recertify. It's a symptom of a much, much deeper issue in the United States. And that is a representative government not paying attention to the little people, we the people. Where the representative government is only paying attention to K Street and very powerful individuals. They don't care about we the people. And so the disease is a government not caring and not paying attention to the people and aligning themselves to only powerful interest groups. The symptom is this social unrest that's starting to boil over. And if it doesn't correct itself, if Americans don't reach some sort of homeostasis, there's going to be a French Revolution in this country. We've had revolutions before. We've had civil wars. We've never had a French Revolution. And with a French Revolution, it's going to be much more bloody and much less civilized. And it's going to not just attack the government, but it's going to attack the aristocracy. And that is where this is heading. So what happened on January 6th is a symptom of a much deeper disease. And that is an aristocracy controlling government, and people that have been elected as representatives are not paying attention to their constituents. The real constituents, not the aristocracy, but the little guy. That's the issue. And if we don't learn from what happened back then, we will see a French Revolution in the United States. And that will mean very bloody with people that have money. The people that have money, the people that have power, they will be decapitated. They will be hunted down and decapitated. That's where this will lead to. It will be an American Revolution, French style. But the thing is you got all this, the mainstream media not paying attention to the disease. The disease is a representative government not being beholden to we, the people. Not paying attention to the real ethos of our Constitution and the branches of our government. But let's just keep on, talking about, the little details about what happened on January 6th instead of the bigger disease. An out of control, getting richer aristocracy.
I think when you pardon people who attack police officers, you're sending the wrong signal to the public at large. And that's not what you want to be to protect cops. But he has that power. Biden pardoned a guy that shot 2 FBI agents in South Dakota. The FBI was all upset about that. He pardoned half his family when he said he wouldn't. President Trump at least said, I'm going to do this. I don't like this. I don't like it on either side, and I think the public doesn't like it either. So if this continues, if this is the norm, then there'd be an effort to rein in the pardon power of the president as an institution.
Have you talked to the president about this?
No,
Did you tell him
no, I mean,
that you're opposed to what he did?
We've had this debate, you know, I'm all in for him. I want him to win. I think pardoning people who beat up cops, pardoning people who killed 2 FBI agents like Biden did, trying to raise bail for rioters in Minneapolis like Kamala Harris did, all send the wrong signal. And so that's where I'm at. But he did it. Biden did it. And
I would love to see a senator, a representative, someone in government, a high official talk about the deeper disease that is happening. Powerful people with lots of money are running Congress. They're the puppet masters. And they're getting richer, and the average citizen is getting poorer. But just make sure you have your bread and circus. Just make sure you have your bread and circus. But the aristocracy forgot something. The bread has to be cheap, and the circus has to be cheap. But now what has happened is your bread is much more expensive, and you can't go to a football game without paying like $200. So your circus and your bread is more expensive. Now you wonder why the people are a little upset, and you might have a French Revolution? Because the bread and circus is too expensive.
Okay, I mean, I get what you're saying about the FBI agents, and he did that on his last day. But this is different. This is about
family of the FBI.
Okay, this is just. I want to ask you about the ramifications.
Yeah,
in your own words, because you have said that having a pardon of somebody who took the law into their own hands will make violence more likely.
Yeah.
So I do want to look forward on this question, which is if somebody was pardoned and believes, pardon me?
You own it.
Well, you own it, and they believe that they can do what they want if they do it in the president's name. Isn't that encouraging dangerous lawlessness?
You know, when Kamala Harris wanted to go on.
I doubt that the people that were pardoned because of the issues that they had, you know, during the Biden administration, that they would go, you know, some sort of unilaterally and do something, you know, do something wrong. No, I don't think. I think that they feel very lucky that they have been given a gift by Trump to restart their life. And I think most of them are going to be, trying to just restart their life in a good way, and they're not going to be vindictive. I don't see that the majority of them are going to be vindictive and they're going to go after people and all this. They may have vocal opinions about things, but I think that they're going to be more muted in their activities. But again, we stop focusing on the actual details of that day. There's a bigger issue, and that's the whole idea that the aristocracy is taking power and money away from the little people, and we're not getting representative government in Congress. Most of these congressmen and senators are on the take, totally on the take, or they're compromised. Like Lady Graham.
Let's talk about the problem. The problem is she tried to raise money, call them freedom fighters that burned down Minneapolis. They tried to burn down the Bolton courthouse.
I'm asking you about
I know you just want to talk about Trump, but I see it as a bigger problem. I mean, yes, I've said it clearly.
See, this is the issue that I'm talking about. Right here. You have different perspectives one group saying that, you know, whatever's happening, they're freedom fighters, and the other one is saying that they're insurrectionists and blah, blah, blah. That's not the issue. The issue is we, the people, are not represented in government. That's the issue. And if it's not fixed, it's going to go towards a revolution. And that's bad. That means a worse situation for our government. The balance of powers are going to be disrupted. It's going to be very bloody, and it's going to be terrible for the economy. But we can't keep on going this way where our government isn't representing we, the people. I mean, why can't we just have some smart individuals in Congress that actually talk about this? Now, maybe they are, and it's just not published. But, you know, you know, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
Not like it when President Trump pardoned people who beat up cops, but I didn't like it when Biden pardoned all of his family going out the door. I didn't like it when Kamala Harris tried to raise bail money for people who beat up cops and shot them in the head. I don't like any of this.
What he said, he's going to own it.
Yeah, all of them are going to own it.
Because there are people who testified, law enforcement.
See, Dana Bash, she only needs to focus on Trump. Trump, orange man bad, liberals good. Orange man bad, liberals good.
Prosecutors were worried for their safety.
Well, the public was told by Trump what he would do, and he did it. So you can't say he lied to anybody. Biden said he wasn't going to pardon his family.
Okay,
whether you like Trump or not, he said this is what I'm
He
going
says
to
he
do.
wants to invite some of these pardoned individuals to the White House. You think he should do that?
I'll leave that up to him. But I've been as clear as I can about what I think.
One last question on this. Stuart Rhodes of the Oath Keepers militia, he had an 18-year sentence on seditious conspiracy conviction. That was commuted. He was at President Trump's speech last night in Las Vegas.
I don't think there's a restriction on him being there. I don't like this. You know, we had a guy that was on death row that Biden gave a life sentence that walked into the bank and shot 2 ladies in South Carolina in cold blood. He started complaining about the conditions of confinement. I don't like any of this. I think most Americans would like the president to use the pardon power in a way to send the right signals, not the wrong.
But he might have to revisit it if he does more of this.
He has the authority to do it. Now, should we as a nation, given what's happened with all
You
this,
ever
look at it?
wonder why is it that senators, you know, and these people are in their 50s, 60s, why do they all, not all, but many of them, they have big necks, like they've been eating too much filet mignon, having too many dinners with the donor class and the aristocracy, and they're living like kings. Meanwhile, Susie and Johnny, blue-collar workers, they can't afford their bread and circus. You can tell a lot by someone by the way they eat. And Lindsay eats a lot of filet mignon.
If you got an idea about how to rein in the pardon power of the president that goes too far, give me a go.
President Trump revoked the security detail of the former Secretary of State serving under him, Mike Pompeo, his former National Security Advisor, John Bolton. Both of them were facing security threats because they were in charge of an operation to take out Soleimani in Iran. An operation carried out under Trump.
Right.
Did Trump have revoked that security?
You know, I talked to Senator Cotton about this. He's the chairman of the Intel Committees. Very, very good man. He said he had a briefing and he asked the briefers, if it were you or your family, would you think you deserve a detail? And they said, yes. You know, whether you like John Bolton or not, that's not the question for me. Is that you don't want to leave people hanging. There's no doubt in my mind the Iranians have been out to kill President Trump. I've been briefed about it. I know he's been briefed about it. I'm glad he has protection. Whether you like Bolton or anybody else, we need to make sure that if you serve in our government and you take on foreign power at the request of the administration, that we do not leave you.
So they should get the security back.
Yeah, I think we need, the Senate needs to look at what happened and sit down and figure out what's the best way forward. Everybody doesn't deserve a detail all their life. It needs to be as needed. But what Senator Cotton told me, the threats seem to be real against these individuals, and I don't want to leave them hanging. It makes it hard to recruit people in the future. And, you know, if something happened to these people, and, you know, President Trump needs to think about, you know, getting people to serve in the future, owning that decision.
So it was, just to put a finer point on it, it was a mistake.
Yeah, if the intel is what Senator Cotton said, I think we should keep the details.
We've been talking about some issues that Donald Trump, again, he said it's his prerogative. He's done a lot of things with the stroke of a pen. The issue that voters said that they were most interested in him doing is dealing with the crisis of affordability.
Right.
And we have not seen any substantial action on that. People are now paying $7 for a dozen eggs. It's a record level, 37% higher than a year ago. Are his priorities in the right place?
I was pretty involved in the last campaign. For every time he talked about eggs, he talked about illegal immigration 1,000 times. I think he's trying to fulfill his promise to regain control of an out of control illegal immigration system. We need more money for Tom Homan, for deporting illegal immigrants here. For criminals, most people are, the public's with him. But if you don't get new money into the system, Tom Homan can't do his job. We need more bed space.
I'll tell you, you know, the average American needs to pay attention, because the average American doesn't rub elbows with rich people. All right. You got to pay attention to what I'm saying here. The rich are going to get radically richer this year and next year. And the middle class is going to have less financial wherewithal, especially with AI coming on board. Because what I think is going to happen is that as AI is coming on board, you're going to see it being implemented into the job force, making you more productive. And there will be this kind of like golden age where people are making money doing it and it helping them be more productive, and your company is selling more products. But eventually it gets to a point that it reaches the need for human workers will diminish, and there's going to be a decoupling of labor and capital. And when that happens, the rich have positioned themselves to be able to get that upward swing in the financial markets, while the wage earner will lose their job and have financial problems. So when a company will start saying, well, they just cut all this expense, and individuals are still buying their product up to a certain point in time, the stock's going to be doing really well. And the ones that have aligned themselves in the capital markets will benefit from this change of less labor, less employment, but more productivity and selling of goods and services. But eventually, because the clustering will be spiraling downward, the economic clustering in the country and the world will start to diminish. And when that happens, then even the financial markets will start to tumble. But first, there's going to be a golden age where everyone's benefiting, the worker and the capital market, the ones that are invested in the capital markets, the capitalists and the workforce. They're still coupled. But once AI gets to a certain point, it will get to the point where how many goods and services do you really need? Right? And so what will happen is you will reduce the amount of corporations that are hiring. The corporations, the amount of employees that they need will reduce. And it'll happen in phases. And when these phases happen, this decoupling will spiral more and more. But the first one, the canary in the coal mine, will be the wage earner. The wage earner is a slave. I mean, wake up. If you're a wage earner, you're a slave. Now, once that happens, the capital markets will rally because revenues are higher or at the same and expenses are less. So their EPS is better, earnings per share. And they'll get maybe an upgrade for their, by the stock and the analysts. Well, when that happens, the ones that are invested in the capital market will make even more money. But eventually the company goes, maybe a few years later, they can't sell the goods and services because their buyers have less cash flow and it starts to spiral down. Now, will the economy reboot after that? Who knows? We're moving into uncharted territory. We don't really fully understand the economics of what a fully implemented AI world means. I personally think at this juncture that it's a decoupling of labor and capital until proven otherwise. But that's the working hypothesis that I have. So the slave, the wage earner, is going to be the canary in the coal mine where AI takes away your job and you lose your well-being. And you hear what do you think that Congress is really going to care about you? They're getting their donations not from you. They're getting their donations from Oracle or OpenAI or Microsoft or whoever, but they're rich. Rich PACs, right? Political PACs. All right, so the congressman or woman or the senators will say, well, I'm up for re-election. I got to find out what Susie and Johnny want. Well, Susie and Johnny is saying, I want a job in cheap eggs. Oh, I'm going to have to campaign on cheap eggs and more jobs. And so you campaign and you go, I'm going to put regulation on AI. And they're going to have to hire workers, human workers. And they'll have that campaign stump speech, and everyone's going to go rah, 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 and they're going to say, I'm going to vote for this senator. And they get in. And guess what the senator does? He washes his hands from Susie and Johnny, and he listens to the powerful lobbying group. And they'll just slowly give some crumbs off of the AI table to Susie and Johnny for subsistence. Is that the kind of world you want? Because that's the fucking kind of world we're building.
I think the signature issue for Donald Trump was to get a handle on illegal immigration, and he's off to a good start. We just need to help him in Congress.
So immigration certainly wasn't, he talked about that nonstop. You're absolutely right.
And he won't.
In a New York Times poll, after he was inaugurated, 29% of the people who say they supported him say it was to deal with the economy and inflation.
I think the majority of the
Way
people
higher
in
than
that poll say they support deporting everybody that came to the country legally in the 4 years of Biden. Like 70%, almost 80% support deporting illegal immigrants who have committed crime. The public is with him on this, and if y'all don't get this by now, you missed the entire campaign. But I'll leave that up to people here in Washington.
Can you just,
I get it.
Can you,
I understand what he's trying to do.
Senator, can you elaborate on what you were saying about more money?
Yeah, I think this whole debate in the Republican Party, do you need one bill or two? Right now, Tom Homan needs more money to hire ICE agents, needs more money to finish the wall, to increase bed space. He doesn't have the tools necessary to carry out this plan that President Trump gave him until Congress appropriates more money. So to my Republican colleagues, we've hit a wall here. We're not building a wall, we've hit a wall. We need to appropriate.
I think we need to have, some physicists figure out how many illegal immigrants can we put in the bomb bay of a B-1 or B-2 bomber and drop them back to their country? Because you know what? We spent a lot of money on the military and they didn't protect the border. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the B complex. This will help with cellular metabolism, help protect your neurons, and help to boost up energy levels, improve your mitochondrial health. Really important. When you get older, you're going to have to protect your neurons because, you know, AI is around the corner and, you know, I guess you're going to have to protect your neurons. But taking B complex, especially when you're 40 plus, is really important to protect the central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system. I have lozenges. I have them in elderberry zinc and in manuka honey. Get a couple bags of these lozenges. They're great. They mitigate irritation in your throat during the cold season and during the allergy season. Really important. Get a couple bags for your household. You're going to need them. The moment you have that irritation, take the lozenges and the drops right away to mitigate the issue. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the products that I offer to help support my work and to get healthy. I don't want to sound like I'm just constantly dystopic, but you know, I do feel in general, I do feel that the country has an opportunity to really prosper and move in the right direction. As long as we have a strong ethical foundation. The problem that we have is that we don't have a strong ethical foundation. Like I said, you know, it's God, country, and family. And when you like focus on that sort of thing, then you can realize, you know what, having uncontrolled AI is not really that great for family. Having uncontrolled AI may not be that great for the country and protection. Seems like there'd be a loss of civil liberties if you have a runaway AI. So I don't want to sound dystopic. We have an opportunity. We're like at a cross, you know, at a fork in the road. With Trump, we have a fork in the road. With Biden, we had no fork in the road. It was only dystopic. It was going straight to hell. With Trump, we're at a fork in the road where we can go down a great prosperous path if we have good ethics. But if we have bad ethics that is wrapped in negativity and wrapped in nihilism, then we're going down the path of Biden and no country. So I don't want to sound dystopic. I'm hopeful, but we got problems, and people need to start waking up and talking about them. AI is a big problem. AI is a big problem. Now, I did a couple videos that were taken down on YouTube because I got some strikes that were talking about Stargate. You might want to listen to episode 85 and 86 because I go into detail what Stargate really means and not the typical bullshit that you hear on CNN. So you can listen to those on Rumble, Bitchute, and Patreon. Make sure you listen to Telemetry, episode 85 and 86. I think episode 86, with me redescribing what Stargate is, was a better presentation in that episode than in 85, but both are good. I just went into a little bit more detail in 86. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and put less load on your pancreas. Once you get to about 40 plus years of age, you start to have a weakening pancreas. You could still be really healthy. You could be athletic. You could be running marathons all the time. But the health of your pancreas is not like what it was when you were younger. So you have to reduce the load on your pancreas. How do you do that? Go to my website and get the digestive enzyme complex. This will help to break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. That way, it's putting less stress on your pancreas. It'll break down your foodstuffs, allow you to absorb those nutrients, put less stress on your digestive system, all right? And if you're an athlete, this is a great way to fuel your body. You do a pre-fuel or after fuel workout, you know, after fueling your workout or pre-fueling your workout. Taking digestive enzyme complex is going to help you absorb those nutrients and have you recover better, have you recover quicker. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the digestive enzyme complex. All right, let me continue on CNN. I interrupt too much, I apologize. But I mean, it's just the way I am. I mean, it's just, you know, sorry.
To Tom Holman so he can do what President Trump promised. And if we delay, but the taxes expire in December, we've got plenty of time to deal with that. I worry that we're going to own another attack on our country. I worry that we're delaying this plan that President Trump ran on if the Congress doesn't give his administration, Tom Holman, the money to do the plan that he promised, that President Trump promised. We need to come together quickly on this, in my view.
I want to ask about the Middle East.
Yeah.
Hamas on Saturday handed over 4 female Israeli hostages. They've been captive in Gaza for 15 months. Israel released 200 Palestinian prisoners. We've been very involved in this issue, Senator. Last night, when talking about Palestinians who live in Gaza, President Trump said he wants to, quote, clean that whole thing out. What does that mean?
You know, I really don't know. I do know this, that Hamas needs to go. All of these guys with masks on and guns, they're scum, and I hope they're dead men walking. What they did to those 4 young ladies, parade them in front of the Palestinian community and put them on the world stage, was disgusting. My heart breaks for what they've gone through. So the idea Hamas survives is a non-starter for me. But the idea that all the Palestinians are going to leave and go somewhere else, I don't see that to be overly practical. I don't know what he's talking about, but go talk to MBS, go talk to UAE, go talk to Egypt. What is their plan for the Palestinians? Do they want them all to leave? Or do they want to,
what is the plan?
well, I think they want Palestinians to be able to live with dignity and security for Israel.
You got to get rid of Hamas first.
You can't do this without getting rid of Hamas. You're dead right. Hamas is the problem for the world, not just the Palestinians. But the question you asked is,
I've said this 1,000 times. The only way you're going to get homeostasis in the Middle East is to destroy absolutely Hamas, Hezbollah, and decapitate the theocratic regime in Iran. Really simple. But do we have the fortitude? I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully we do.
what? Does the Arab world support sending off the Palestinians out of Gaza? I'd be surprised if they did.
I want to turn to a moment this weekend that really had a lot of people wondering what is really going on and what Donald Trump really supports when it comes to elections in Europe. Elon Musk made a special video appearance at a campaign event Saturday for the far-right Alternative for Germany party. He reiterated his support for them ahead of next month's elections. And then he told the crowd the following: I think there's, like, frankly, too much of a focus on the past guilt, and we need to move beyond that. People who, children who should not be guilty of the sins of their parents, or even let alone their parents or their great-grandparents, maybe even. And then he said, you have my full support. I think, the Trump administration is also supportive. 2 things. What do you think about him telling Germany to move past?
Well, number one, is Elon Musk, a Nazi? I don't think so. I don't believe that at all. Baby came to his aid.
I'll give you a profound thing to say, all right? There are too many Jews in the modern era that are not focused on doing the mitzvahs, and they're focused too much on the past. So there's this phrase, it's called Yiddishkeit, all right? And Yiddishkeit is like following of Torah principles or biblical principles. Many Jews don't follow them. Many Jews in the United States don't follow the different principles that they're supposed to follow. But they'll focus so much on Zionism and on the Holocaust. So they hijack their Yiddishkeit. with Zionism and, hyper Zionism and hyper Holocaust. Now, most of the people in the United States, most of them have already lost members in their family that were actually directly affected in the Holocaust, that were in the camps. Most of them that are passed away already. There's not that many left. So it's like second or third or fourth generation now. And they hijacked their Yiddishkeit with the Holocaust thing. And Dana Bash is Jewish. So I understand where her line of talk is, because she's coming from a liberal mindset of Yiddishkeit, where a lot of these individuals in the United States have hijacked their Yiddishkeit with over reliance on Zionism and or the Holocaust. So they focus so much on the Holocaust. What the Holocaust, and it was horrendous. But you got to move on and make the world a better place. You can't just keep on living in World War II, especially if you're third or fourth generation. You didn't even live. You don't know. There are many people in the United States that don't know anyone directly involved in the situation. So why keep on? This idea, should you forget the history? No, you should not forget the history, but your future should not be overruled by the history. And this is what I mean, that the Yiddishkeit is hijacked from the Holocaust. So instead of worrying about so much about the Holocaust, maybe some of these Jews should be just following the precepts of the Torah. All right? So it's very similar to people that are combat vets. All right? I saw this a lot with the Vietnam veterans that my father knew. All right? Many of them, when they came home, this is during the 80s, so the war's already over, a decade later or whatever, depending on when they did their service. If it was in the 60s and it was the 80s, it was 20 years. But, if it was in the 70s, then it was 10, 15 years. So you have these different, depending on when they served. But there are many Vietnam veterans that kept on living in the past. They kept on thinking that they were still, living in the 1970s or 1960s. Meanwhile, this is in the mid 80s. I think many people that are watching would understand what I'm talking about. All right, this was a common theme in the United States. Some, not all, of the World War II veterans that I knew, they kept on living in the past, the World War II past, right? Many of them just moved on. But it seemed to be a higher percentage of ones that served in the Vietnam era that seemed to want to stay in the past. Now, why do I say this? By staying in the past, you can't move forward. But you shouldn't forget the past, but it's important to move forward. Same thing with the Jewish people. You can't forget the Holocaust. It shouldn't be forgotten. But when you're the third or fourth generation, your Yiddishkeit should not be hijacked by the Holocaust or Zionism. You should be doing the things that you're supposed to be doing, moving forward into the future. Don't keep on worrying about the past. And so you can't keep on demonizing the German people for the wrongdoings of their great-grandparents. In some cases, great-great-grandparents, right? Sometimes it was the grandparents, sometimes it was the great-grandparents, and sometimes it was the great-great-great, right? 3 issues removed there. But the point I'm making is that there's many generations that have come by. I'm Gen X. my grandfather served in World War II. All right. So my grandparents were of that age. Gen X. Now Gen Y, Gen Z, Millennial, now you're talking 2 or 3 generations away. So, you know, and so what happens with some people, this is very prevalent in New York. You'll have liberal Jews that will try to set a table for, let's say, Passover, and they'll have an empty seat, okay, at the table. And that empty seat is tied to, you know, some sort of individual from the Holocaust era, okay? That empty seat representing lost souls. But the Rebbe said this: it's good that you're thinking this way, but the way that you practice is wrong. You don't leave an empty seat. You find people that are not religious, that have fallen off the wagon or don't know any better, and you put them in the seat so they follow the precepts of the Bible. And you can apply this to even Christianity. I'm just talking about this in the context of Judaism. But there are people that don't follow the precepts of the New Testament within your, you know, religious community, right? Same thing is happening in Judaism. So instead of having an empty seat hijacked by the Holocaust, why not have that empty seat filled with someone that's living today so they can move on with their life in a better way? So nobody should be being hijacked by the past. That doesn't mean that you forget the past. That's not what I'm saying. But your movement forward into the future should not be hijacked by the past. And many Jews that are liberal fall in that category. And Dana Bash is one of them.
Does bother me in this regard. Tomorrow is the 80th anniversary of liberating Auschwitz. I was just there a few months ago. You know, I don't expect the Germans to be racked with collective guilt all their lives, but I do hope in German schools they educate the German children about what happened in Germany. I hope in our schools that we'll educate people. Holocaust deniers are full of crap. I'm worried that we're losing 80 years on, that we're rewriting history here. The Holocaust was one of the darkest moments in the history of mankind. There are 15 million Jews on the planet because every generation seems to want to wipe the Jewish people so they can't grow and survive. So the last
should not forget the history, but it should not inhibit you from living your future. And the problem is that this conversation here within different religious environments, they spend too much time focused on that and not on what they should be doing for the future. Like, for example, right? You know, people know that Jewish people eat kosher food. There are many Jewish people that don't eat kosher food. But these ones that aren't eating the kosher food are complaining about what they're teaching in Germany about the Holocaust. Now, what is more important? Eating the kosher food or talking about what they're teaching the kids in Germany? That's what I mean by the Yiddishkeit has been hijacked by the Holocaust.
Facing the 80th anniversary of the Auschwitz liberation, the death camp is to be equivocal. I want every German child, every American child to know what happened and that it's true, not a lie, and we never do it again.
Before I let you go.
Having
altogether,
formal teaching of history is an important thing on many different subjects and many different points in time, including the Holocaust. And that whole era of that, the war period between, pre-World War I all the way, post-World War II. It's a fascinating period of history. And lots can be learned from it. And a piece of that is the Holocaust. But it's not the only piece. So yes, learning history is really important. And unfortunately, many people in the United States don't know their history, nor do they know their science either. They don't know history very well, and they don't know science very well, or mathematics. And they all have opinions. But what is really important is to realize that it's not just learning the history, but also knowing how you be a better person, or there is that better alignment with God, country, and family, and having just a better ethical framework to live by.
You met with her. She's going to have a hearing to be the director of national intelligence this coming week. Are you going to support her?
We'll see how she does. I've known her on the same reserve unit. Richard Burr, who's a good friend of mine, is going to introduce her, so that goes along with it.
We'll see. It's not a ringing endorsement. We'll see. It's not
What we'll see is an honest answer. I tend to support everybody. Know about what happened in Syria and Edward Snowden, but I generally support everybody. If Richard has confidence in her, that will go along with me. But I do want to make sure you understand Assad's not a good guy, he's a bad guy, that Iran is trying to kill all the Jews just like the Nazis did, and they would come after us. They tried to kill our president, they're going to keep coming after us. They would destroy the state of Israel, and I want people in that sphere to be clear-eyed about the world in which we live in. The largest state sponsor of terrorism is Iran, and they're religious Nazis. 80 years after the Holocaust, there's a group of people trying to get a nuclear weapon to kill all the Jews. They cannot be allowed to do so.
Senator Lindsey Graham, thank you so much for coming in this morning.
I don't know. Lindsey Graham, he's a deep stater, and he swings with the wind. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the NAD+. NAD+ is something that I've added to my stack. Why did I add this to my health stack? NAD+ helps to improve your energy levels. NAD+ helps to repair your DNA damage. And NAD+ helps to protect your neurons. When you get older, you need to protect your neurons. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Protect your neurons. But it's a holistic approach. You want to do some resistance training and balancing and stretching. You want to activate those neurons. Really important. Please go to my store and get the NAD+. This stacks really well with ubiquinol and C60 resveratrol. Ubiquinol is the highest bioavailable CoQ10 that you can get. All right? Get my supplement, ubiquinol. What this does is it helps to boost up your energy levels. It's an antioxidant, synergistic with NAD+, and it will help to protect your neurons. So a lot of people go, oh, I got to take CoQ10. Take CoQ10. That's really right. Taking CoQ10 is really important. But you don't realize that the CoQ10 that a lot of people are taking isn't as bioavailable. But if you go to my store and get this supplement, ubiquinol, it is the higher version of bioavailability of CoQ10. This is the highest available CoQ10 that you can get for bioavailability. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get this ubiquinol, add it to your stack, and protect your neurons. Really important. CoQ10 is very, very important for your health. The earlier you start, the better you're going to be. Olive leaf extract. a dual purpose product. Helps to boost up your immune system and help with your cardiovascular health. This is a great supplement. This brings down inflammation and helps with your cholesterol levels. And lastly, C60. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. Take a teaspoon a day, soaks up free radicals. This is very potent. And by taking it on an empty stomach, you get really good absorption to soak up those free radicals, reduce the stress on the cell, help with the health of the mitochondria. Your ATP will go up. That means your energy levels will go up. And when you have less stress on the cell, by soaking up those free radicals, the tissues and your organ systems will perform better. That means your immune system will be better. That means that your metabolism will be better. Your liver and your endocrine system, your exocrine system will be better. When you improve your mitochondria in your neurons, you're going to have more neurotransmitters. When your neurons are firing more, guess what? They're better connected. So you have positive neuroplasticity. That means you'll be thinking faster. You'll have better memory. You'll have better clarity. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the C60. You can get it in avocado oil, extra virgin olive oil, or MCT coconut oil. It's very important. That's another major pillar of the 4-pillar system. That first one that I talked about earlier in the video was bringing down inflammation with ashwagandha root, turmeric, and lignans. Bring down that inflammation and soak up free radicals. Another strong pillar is taking C60, because it's very potent antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals at a very high magnitude compared to other molecules. Like, for example, you can soak up hundreds of free radicals at a time with C60 molecule. Just the molecule, all right? Compared to, you can only soak up one free radical with a molecule of vitamin C. Now, do you understand why the power of C60 is so important as a protocol to soak up free radicals? Now, C60 is synergistic with the NAD+, ubiquinol, resveratrol. So keep that in mind. All right, let's take a look at what else is going on in the news lately here. I don't really want to talk about this whole CIA assessment of what was going on in China because of the censorship on YouTube, but everyone knows my take on it. Let's see. Big, bold. This is Fox News talking about big and bold. GOP senator seeks aggressive reconciliation package.
Okta streamlines user access and governance across your digital ecosystem.
Simply put, Okta helps keep your company secure again.
And joining me now is Senate Majority Leader, Senator John Thune. Senator, thanks very much for joining us today.
Great to be with you. Thanks, Maria.
I want to begin, of course, with now the confirmed cabinet members, including the nation's new Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem, the confirmed Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and my next guest coming up, the new confirmed Director of the CIA, John Ratcliffe, who we'll get to shortly. Tell us what you're expecting in moving President Trump's agenda with these new confirmations.
Well, we need them in place, Maria. I think, as you know, in order to implement that agenda, you've got to have new leadership in those departments and agencies. And of course, we're starting with the national security positions, which are critically important with everything that's going on in the world and everything that's going on at our southern border, which is why it was important that we get Governor Noem in at DHS. But as we move forward, we got Treasury, Besson coming up, Sean Duffy at DOT, a whole bunch more that we're teeing up to get done. And it's just really important that they get in place, Maria, because, you know, you have a window of time This doesn't come along all that often and sometimes doesn't last that long. And so we want to make sure the president has his team in place so he's able to deliver on the agenda that he talked with the American people about and that they voted for in November.
Yeah, I'd like to look ahead to the confirmation hearings coming up, but I'm glad you mentioned timing. Because, Senator, why haven't we seen more confirmations sooner? It certainly feels like the 53 Senate majority Republicans are allowing the 47 Senate minority Democrats to confirm the confirmation hearing process. Is that right?
Well, actually, we're ahead of schedule. We're going back to what is the Obama standard. Obama got 12 of his cabinet nominees through in 15 days. It took Trump 43 days to get his first 12 through back in 2017. So we are pushing hard, and obviously there are constraints that are imposed by the rules of the Senate. The minority of the Senate has ways it can slow things down and drag it out. But we're actually at the current point ahead of the Obama standard. And so we're going to keep moving aggressively, moving quickly, forcing people to stay and to take votes on weekends, which we did this weekend. And we'll get them in place as quickly as we possibly can. But we are on the schedule that we laid out.
Heaven forbid Congress actually works on a weekend.
And one that I think enables these folks to get through the process in time to deliver for the president, for the American people.
Okay, terrific. President Trump and the First Lady, of course, visiting storm-hit North Carolina and fire-ravaged Los Angeles, pledging to help. Tell me about that. How much aid are you expecting to commit to the California wildfires, and how did that change the conversation and the plans on your upcoming reconciliation?
Well, we just did, as you know, a big package for North Carolina before the end of the year. And so we've sort of replenished, refilled the FEMA account. And we'll see what the request comes in from California. But obviously, the Trump team will have to vet that, determine what they want to ask Congress for in terms of resources. And I suspect there's going to be a lot of scrutiny given to make sure that we're doing this in a way that is responsive to the need in California, but also responsive and responsible to the American taxpayer. So we'll take a look at that. What can ride on that? We will see. Obviously, we have to finish up all the spending bills from last year because the Democrats left us with that mess. We have a pile up at the end of the year. We haven't even funded, FY25, which we're currently in the middle of. And then we've got the fiscal year 26 budget. We got reconciliation, which is the vehicle that enables us to get a lot of things, the things that we want to get done on energy, on the economy, on the border, on military readiness. Those are all things that are sitting ahead of us here, Maria, and we're going to work aggressively to get it all done. But it's not obviously going to be easy, and how it all gets packaged together is still something that we are discussing with the president and his team and with our colleagues in the House of Representatives.
So would the conversation change with the amount of money needed for Los Angeles? President Trump the other day said the California wildfires changed everything.
I think that it did, and obviously it's a timing issue, and we have a lot of stuff, as I said, stacked up. We have a March 14th deadline that if we don't fund the government for this current year that we're in, the government shuts down. We got the reconciliation hanging out there. We got a debt limit we've got to deal with, and so how we piece it together and put it together is a subject of conversation right now. But I can assure you one thing: we will be working together as a team in a unified way to make sure that we deliver for the American people, address the needs that are out there in some of these really disaster-damaged areas, but also make sure that we're addressing the concerns the American taxpayers have about the amount of spending in Washington, D.C. in these last few years under Biden and Harris, and getting us on a different fiscal track.
Absolutely. And of course, that includes the tax policy part of this as well.
Right.
Let me get your take on the appropriate offsets that you would consider. Given now you've got some of your colleagues saying, I cannot vote for the tax portion of whether it's a funding bill or reconciliation bill unless an increase in the SALT deduction is included.
Right, and the so-called SALT caucus is pressing hard, obviously, get a change in that. We're looking at, in the context of tax reform and the big package, obviously extending the current existing tax laws, some other things that the president's talked about. And hopefully a reconciliation bill will also include a significant amount of spending cuts, among other things, energy policy, all things border policy that we want to get done through reconciliation, which enables us in the Senate to do it a 51 vote majority instead of 60, which is what the more typical scenario is in the Senate. But all those things are going to have to be packaged together. And I guess my hope is that as we move through this process, we will do it in a way that enables us to get all the votes that we need in the House of Representatives. It's a narrow margin there, including the Salt Caucus on board with whatever it is we do. But we need to make sure that we are delivering on the, for the American people and preventing what will be a $4.5 trillion tax increase next year if we don't act by the end of the year. So we are on task on that, and moving forward, how we do it is still a better conversation.
Are you considering specific offsets?
Well, we are. Obviously, there's a long list of things that we're looking at. And again, it becomes a function, the number you have to pay attention to in the House is 218 and in the Senate is 51, because it's how much can you do and still get the votes that are necessary to pass something in both the House and the Senate. I'm somebody who likes to go big and bold. We don't get this opportunity very often. And like I said earlier, it sometimes doesn't last very long, where you have unified control of government and an opportunity to use budget reconciliation. So we should use it aggressively on tax policy, on energy policy, on border policy, and on the military, as we have talked about doing, and ensure that all those things get done in a way that keeps America safe, make sure that America is ready.
If Congress, with what the Electoral College provided Trump, and the wins in the Senate and in the House, if the Republican Party cannot pass good legislation to move the ball forward for an America First agenda and to usher in a new era of Americana, then the Republican Party should never win another election again if they can't get the job. Because the people, the voters, we the people, were able to get them over the threshold to have this opportunity. Now, hopefully they don't squander it. But there's a tendency, because of the deep state and powerful lobbying groups that may be antithetical to Trump's policies, may try to slow things down. The Republicans have to deliver. They have to deliver, or they're not going to win another election for a while. But if they get the job done, we, the people, will be voting them for another. They won't have to worry about the midterm elections. If they perform well during the midterm, between now and the midterm elections, they will be in power for the second half of the Trump second term. It's that simple. They have to get the job done. If they don't, then they're completely incompetent and totally taken over by special interests.
Deal with whatever crisis we face around the world, strengthens our economy and makes us energy dominant. I mean, these are all things, objectives, again, the president has articulated that he campaigned on, the American people expect us to deliver. And so we are in the process of figuring that out and trying to determine, again, the two numbers to remember: 218 in the House, 51 in the Senate. That's, in the end, that's what it's going to take to get this done.
Senator, as we close out here, what do you want to say about the bold agenda President Trump has put forth? I'm just back from the World Economic Forum, where we heard incredible optimism, and the president has talked about the Panama Canal, Greenland. He's also talked about changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. In just a few days, of course, also including announcing $1.1 trillion in new investment into America, $600 billion by the Saudis alone. I just want to get your take on what is needed now with regard to defense, given the national security concerns around Pete Hegseth's confirmation. What are you looking for in terms of specifics in bulking up America's defense?
Well, obviously, our Navy, and if you look at the number of ships we have relative to our adversaries, particularly China, that's something the president is interested in an American Iron Dome concept. But frankly, the thing we've got to do, Marie, is we've got to increase the top line. We have underfunded, and in the Biden budget, there wasn't a single Biden budget that kept up with the rate of inflation when it comes to the military. And so we've got some making up to do. We need to spend it wisely and well and make sure that we're investing in our military in a way that keeps our warfighter capable for whatever the threat metrics is out there that we're dealing with. But, you know, in the end, it's all about keeping the country strong economically, and the things that the president is doing and the things he's talking about. I think there's a very compelling argument on Panama, a very compelling argument on Greenland, and optimism in America that we haven't seen in a long time. I think this has been a sluggish country, a country that's been bogged down under the weight of government regulation and red tape and taxation. And this is a president and a team working with him in the House and the Senate that wants to liberate the American people and investors. I mean, one of the reasons you see other countries, Saudis and others, wanting to invest in America is because they see America now as an attractive place to invest, knowing full well that they're going to have a different environment, economic environment to deal with when it comes to taxes and regulation and energy and a whole range of other issues. We want America to be the magnet, and I think that with these policies it will be.
That is just terrific, Senator. Real quick on Scott Bessent, how important will the crypto legislation be in next week's hearing?
Well, I think that obviously crypto is playing an increasingly important role in our economy. There's a lot of interest in how do we legislate around it, create sort of a framework.
Let me give you my perspective on crypto. I'm not going to get into the whole surveillance technology thing or whatever. The economy doesn't need crypto. It's a virtual commodity. It's a lot of bullshit, but there is activity. And there's big money moving into these funds now to have price movement. Now, it's very volatile, but the thing is that you have a lot of senators and a lot of representatives that have invested in companies like Coinbase or have invested in miners or have bought Bitcoin, and they will benefit from legislation. So this little statement that he has about that we need it for our economy is total bullshit. What they really need it for is to make themselves richer. So if they pass legislation that is going to have some regulatory framework that seems to be bullish for Bitcoin, then the ETFs and the price of the coin will go up. And you're going to have senators and representatives getting rich, like Senator Cruz. But this statement that the economy really needs it is total bullshit. Your economy doesn't really need it.
For digital currencies to expand and grow. And we're considering that. There are a couple of legislative solutions that have been proposed. And clearly, Secretary Bessent will have a lot to say about what that looks like. And so we'll be working closely with him and with the president and his team to fashion something that addresses the crypto world and what has become an increasingly, I think, attractive place for a lot of Americans and other people around the world to invest.
Yeah.
Senator, it's great to have you.
So they'll want you to invest into a virtual asset, but not really invest in real hard assets. So it's a virtual commodity, all right, or a virtual material, like virtual gold or virtual oil, all right, but not have you really invest in real hard assets like oil or gold. Will people make money on it? Yes. That doesn't mean it's real. And the unique situation here is that with Congress passing legislation on crypto, it's going to justify the virtual, quote, need. And there will be a behavioral dynamic that has positive inflows into these ETFs and into the coin price movement. Now, it's going to be volatile. Now, I wouldn't be surprised that volatility happens, big money, institutional investors now are involved, and they want to reduce the volatility. Now, then another wave of legislation would come in years later, or maybe a couple years from now, but maybe it's 4 or 5 years later. But it seems to be a wave of legislation that would happen where they would want to reduce the volatility. And to reduce the volatility would mean that the Federal Reserve actually is allowed to buy Bitcoin, in the open market and put it on their balance sheet. And so what they're doing is manipulating the volatility to reduce the volatility, the natural volatility. And so people that thought that Bitcoin was going to, circumvent the Federal Reserve, what the reality of the situation is? That through the legislation from Congress, over time, you're going to need the Federal Reserve to actually stabilize the volatility. And this is the reason why a lot of people that went into crypto are fucking idiots. All right, they're thinking that they're going to circumvent the central bank. The central bank is going to get stronger because they're going to be a lender of last resort to stabilize the volatility in the Bitcoin market. Duh. And not only that, they now have a blockchain backbone that you can ride on with a digital currency that the Federal Reserve will issue that will track and trace you on a digital ledger. But you can make a lot of money on it. But just because you make money doesn't mean that you're better off. That doesn't mean that you are freer. And there are a lot of people in Congress that have set their portfolios to benefit with this legislation. So if you think you're a libertarian and that crypto is the way to go, you're a fucking idiot. You're not understanding what really is happening.
Hey, thanks so much. We'll be watching your work, sir.
Hey, thanks, Maria. See ya.
Thank you. Senate Majority Leader John Thune.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Pay attention to the protocol and the stacking that I do to help improve different systems of your body. The one that I'd like to talk about right now is how to improve your cardiovascular system and your bone density. D3 helps to absorb calcium. It also is a gene expression cofactor, very important for your cells, and it helps to get rid of cells to go into apoptosis. K2, MK7, vitamin K2, you couple it with D3, and what will happen is it'll allow you to deposit that calcium, remodel your bone to have a higher bone density. But to increase your bone density, it also takes resistance training, right? Some weight training, and and working out on a regular basis. It takes 5 to 7 years to fully remodel the matrix of your bone. So if you're starting to have bone density issues, it's going to take 5 to 7 years to correct it. So you have to start taking your calcium, taking your D3, and taking your K2, and doing those resistance exercises to be able to build and remodel your bone. Really important. This stack will also help reduce the probability of increasing plaque buildup. So it's going to help with your cardiovascular system. You can also stack it with nattokinase. Nattokinase is fibrinolytic, which will break up clots, and nattokinase will help to control your lipid profile, help with your total cholesterol. It'll lower LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. Stack these together for better cardiovascular health, and stack the K2 D3 and take additional calcium or drink milk and do resistance training to help build more bone density. So that's a great way to get healthy. All right. You can also reverse osteoarthritis if you do some low intensity resistance training on the injured area that you want to correct. Taking milk or higher doses of calcium, and taking the D3 K2. It takes about 9 months to remodel, but it can be done. You can reverse osteoarthritis. NAC, this is something that I've added to my stack. This helps to boost up glutathione levels, soaks up free radicals in a different pathway. It is synergistic with C60. C60 soaks up free radicals one way. NAC soaks up free radicals a different way and boosts up your glutathione pathway. It also helps to detoxify your liver and your kidney, and NAC helps to reduce anxiety. So those 4 supplements are great to improve your health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video. Get healthy. Make sure you use discount 5. You get $5 off. If you buy the supplements in a longevity box or an anti-aging box, the boxes are discounted, and you can use discount 5 also on top of that. So I've found many ways to try to lower the price so you get healthy. It's important that you get the products that I offer on my store, follow my protocol to the best that you can, and be consistent on this. Soak up those free radicals, neutralize pathogens, bring down that inflammation, boost up your energy levels. Really important. All right. This was 4 minutes ago on MSNBC with Ali Velci. I met Ali Velci at an event. He was pushing his book, and he's naive. He's naive. Okay, so he's talking to John Bolton about his book.
Cited as the reason to revoke Ambassador Bolton's security clearance. Ambassador, good to see you this morning. Thank you for being with us.
Okay, let me roll back the timeline here.
Joining me now to discuss this is the Ambassador John Bolton. He served as one of President Trump's multiple national security advisors during his first administration. He also served as America's ambassador to the United Nations during the George W. Bush administration. He's the author of multiple books, including The Room Where It Happened, a White House memoir, which President Trump cited as the reason to revoke Ambassador Bolton's security clearance. Ambassador, good to see you this morning. Thank you for being with us.
Glad to be with you.
Ambassador,
You see how deep state Bolton, where the deep state's hiding in his mustache, how he's taking this as an opportunity to sell his book. And remember when he released the book, you know, it was all about demonizing Trump. And that's how he sold books. He's doing the same thing. It's just book pushing. That's all he's doing is book pushing. He's taking this and it's turning it into all him. It's all about him. It's all about him.
I want to start with this issue about your book, the allegation that you published sensitive information. Just to be clear, when that happens, if that were to happen, if you published a book that had classified information without the approval or the clearance of the federal government and the CIA, they would absolutely have come after you. They've done that with other people. If you publish things you're not supposed to publish that are national secrets, they'll come for you. Tell me about this.
Well, the book went through a 4-month-long pre-publication review, which is typical for books by senior officials in the national security space. And at the end of it, the official who conducted the review had made a decision there was no classified information in the book and that the book could be published. Well, what Trump didn't like was not the classified information point, and you'll notice in that executive order it says sensitive information, not classified information, and it was sensitive because much of it was critical of him. So he tried to order another review to get the outcome he wanted. Now, let me just say, that throws the entire pre-publication review process into.
It's not about it's not about what he wrote in the book. He made the book to demonize Trump, to hurt him in the election cycle. He went after Trump. It's all about selling books and going after Trump. And this is modus operandi with the deep state. try to hamper Trump, try to demonize him, try to whatever, saying he's incompetent or he's, you know, he's too bombastic or whatever. It's all about selling books and demonizing Trump. Ambassador Bolton, deep state mustache.
Peril, because if it's manipulated by presidents for political purposes, that does threaten the First Amendment. But the book was cleared. There's no classified information in it. It was never my intent to disclose classified information. And in the almost 5 years now since the book did come out, I haven't heard anybody point to anything in it that was classified. This is Trump reflecting. He just doesn't like to be criticized.
Yeah. One of the things that came up in the declassification, taking people's security clearances away, I remember having this conversation with the former CIA director, John Brennan. The argument was that you all use your security clearances for personal profit. Brennan made an interesting point to me once, and I want to know what you think about this. He said, I don't really use the security clearance for anything, but when the government needs to consult me about ongoing things, which they sometimes have to, they got to sometimes reach into the past and say, hey, Bolton, you were at the UN when X, Y, or Z happened. We want to talk to you about this. You need your security clearance in order to get the latest information. Talk to me about the relevance and or dangers of revoking security clearances of people who once had them.
Well,
I have prepared Thomas's breakfast. You to save it together.
Thanks, Tom. Hey, are English muffins from England?
Heavens no. They're from the pantry.
Are you from England?
Nay, I am not.
Well, I think it's a mistake to revoke clearances for political purposes. In my case, I'm not even sure I have a valid security clearance anymore. I haven't since I resigned in September of 2019, to my knowledge. I haven't had an update of my background investigation, for example, in 6 or more years. I can't even remember when the last one was. I don't think you need a security classification if you have had a senior role before, if the current administration determines that they want to talk to you. I'll give you an example. Remembering the famous Chinese balloon incident, the Chinese balloon that floated happily across the United States, a number of former Trump administration officials were called in individually to be given briefings on what the government knew about the Chinese balloon question. And I received one of them, and I signed a series of non-disclosure agreements that I wouldn't reveal classified information. That can be done at any time, and in normal administrations, signing that agreement's enough. Your word should be your bond after you've held high-level clearances to get it for a special purpose and then move on.
Talk to me about the reason we actually invited you on the show, and that's specifically about your own personal security. Donald Trump has removed your protection, that of Mike Pompeo and others who with whom he disagrees either politically or...
No, Ali, we know better. You invited him on your show because it will try to demonize Trump, not about bringing to light an issue where Bolton's life's in danger. Get real.
Whatever you've done. Talk to me about this decision for you and how it affects future members of government who are going to be forced to make dangerous and personally perilous decisions on an ongoing basis.
Well, the president has the authority to designate Secret Service protection for individuals that he determines who are not necessarily part of the government. So do other agencies of the government. For example, in a case of a former Secretary of State or a current Secretary of State, that's provided by the Diplomatic Security Bureau at the State Department. But in my case, since I had been at the White House, Biden decided to provide Secret Service protection because of the threat level that the intelligence community was picking up from Iran for retaliation for the elimination of Qasem Soleimani, who is a dangerous terrorist responsible over many years for the deaths of hundreds of Americans, obviously ordered by President Trump, and he was at the top of the list of people being threatened. The concern about the threat level, in my case, which maybe was a little more advanced than some others, resulted in criminal charges being filed by the Justice Department against Shahmanpour Safi, an official of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, for trying to hire a hitman to assassinate me. Now, the question of the threat level, and that's on the website of the Justice Department, or at least it used to be. The question of the threat level is something that's reviewed on a continuous basis. And in fact, just in the days before the inauguration, I was informed again that the threat level remained as it has been for several years. And I might say for viewers who don't know this process, neither I nor anybody else assessed as targets of the threat have anything whatever to do, no direction or control or influence at all over the determination of the threat. That's made purely by professionals in the intelligence community.
Ambassador, what you saw when Joe Biden sent that message to the Iranians, say you can't kill Donald Trump and you can't kill any other former or current U.S. officials, that would be an act of war. Do you believe that's true? And what would happen if that happened to you or one of these people who have been targeted? How should the U.S. react?
Well, in the case of everybody, it's not just me, but all of those who have been covered because of the Iranian threat since they left the government. It is the Iranians are after us for actions that were taken as part of our official government duties. Now, I mean, I don't believe anybody's entitled to anything from the government, but if you're going to allow people across the board really to be exposed to the seriousness of this threat without protection, it's an incentive for U.S. adversaries to take advantage of it. And so now, having read the news that the coverage has been lifted, there's no question in my mind, but that the actual possibility of them taking action is real. What should the U.S. do in response? The same thing it should do anyway, when Americans serving overseas, serving as in the military, serving in our embassies overseas are attacked, is to take action against those who perpetrated it. It's better, though, to try and deter the adversary from taking action in the first place, which the provision of protection hopefully does.
You and I have talked for years, Ambassador. We always appreciate you agree to come on the show. You and I don't actually agree on a whole lot of policy issues, but that's besides the point. That's the whole exercise of being in media. I do want to ask you, however, you have a lot of experience in understanding what the Director of National Intelligence has to do. Tulsi Gabbard has her hearings this week. There are some deep and serious concerns. I don't know if they're enough for people for Republicans to vote against her, the advancement of her nomination. What's your sense of whether Tulsi Gabbard is qualified to be the Director of National Intelligence?
Well, she's not qualified.
Financial. That feeling you get when you're on budget and on cloud nine. Let financial become your everyday state of.
Well, she's not qualified in any way, shape, or form. I mean, I thought there were a trio of Trump nominations here that were really in a category by themselves, not just incompetent, but dangerous to the United States. One was Matt Gaetz. He's gone. The remaining two are Tulsi Gabbard and Kash Patel for the FBI. Not only are they not qualified, they have done things through the course of their career that show they don't have the judgment or the character, frankly, to hold such sensitive positions. I think this is a.
I don't know if this is true or not, but it sounds like President Trump has just announced a massive emergency tariffs and sanctions on Colombia after they denied deportation flights of their own citizens. So here we go.
A real danger for the United States in both cases. I think in Tulsi Gabbard's case, she said things and done things that show a lack of judgment that should keep her as far away from classified information as possible.
What's the danger on the Kash Patel side to you? Obviously, the Tulsi Gabbard side's got associations that we haven't cleared up with the former Syrian regime. It's got associations with the Putin regime, and has some very strange foreign policy positions. What's your fear about Kash Patel, other than the fact that he's got an enemies list and thinks that the FBI should be used to be weaponized against the enemies of the current president?
Well, I had an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal about it, which I'd refer people to for a longer take on it. But I think one of the dangers of many of the Trump nominations is that he's looking to be surrounded by yes men and yes women. He wants people who are going to tell him what he wants to hear and carry out his bidding without any question. There's no doubt the president makes the final decisions, but Trump will find he's not well served if he gets his wish and gets those kind of people. But particularly in a job like Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, this is something as part of a retribution campaign, if that's what Trump is about. It certainly seems that way, that makes it particularly dangerous. And I think it was very instructive that a few weeks ago, former Judge William Webster, who is the only person who's ever been both director of the FBI and director of the CIA, came out strongly against Patel getting that job. I hope people listen to Bill Webster. That's the kind of person with integrity. He came off the federal bench. He was a Republican appointee to the federal bench, but became FBI director under a Democrat. That's the sort of person you want leading the FBI, not Kash Patel.
Ambassador, good to see you again. Thank you for joining us this morning. Former Ambassador John Bolton, former National Security Advisor in the first Trump administration,
Bolton never wants someone other than someone that's been inculcated into the deep state. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Max 35. This is something that I take every day. Take a teaspoon of it, swish it in your mouth, gargle, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, then swallow. Boost up your immune system. This is something that you should take every day. If you're not feeling so great, take a tablespoon or two a day until you start feeling better, and then go back to your maintenance dosage. Structural nano silver gels, you can get it in a tube form or in this dispenser. This is a dual purpose product. It's going to help heal your skin. You can use it as a skincare. You can put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears. Lightly coat your nostrils, stays active for 5.5 hours. This is something that you really need to have around the house, at your work, when you need it. Trust me, especially during the cold season. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this great structural nano silver gel. Even for guys that shave, you can use it as an aftershave to help soothe the skin. Women, if you're shaving your legs, to soothe the razor burn, using the structural nano silver gel on your legs will help to heal and soothe that razor burn. I have collagen peptides. This is a very high quality collagen. You get a big scooper. This is about a month's supply. Take it every day. It helps with your bones, your joints, your skin, your hair, your nails. Very high quality. It has a great amino acid profile, as you can see here, right? And take it every day. I also have a skincare box, beginners and advanced. It's called the anti-aging skincare beginners and advanced box, where you take what's in that box to really supercharge your skin health. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the collagen. This is a powder. You mix it with soft foods like hummus or yogurt or a smoothie or milk. Some people mix it with milk or just filtered water. Take it every day to improve your joints and your skin. All right. Let's take a look at one other video here. All right, this is about the Colombia retaliation.
We are following breaking news at this hour here on Live Now from Fox. You're taking a live look at the White House as we have learned that President Trump is now ordering action to be taken against the country of Colombia, saying, quote, "I was just informed that 2 repatriation flights from the United States with a large number of illegal criminals were not allowed to land in Colombia. This order was given by Colombia's socialist president, who is already very unpopular amongst his people. His denial of these flights has jeopardized the national security and public safety of the United States. So I have directed my administration to immediately take the following urgent and decisive retaliatory measures." And he also just shared that information in a social media post, Some of those measures include an emergency 25% tariffs on all goods coming into the United States. In 1 week, the 25% tariffs will be raised to 50%. Also issuing a travel ban and immediate visa revocations on the Colombian government officials and all allies and supporters. Visa sanctions on all party members, family members, and supporters of the Colombian government. Enhanced customs and border protection inspections of all Colombian nationals and cargo on national security grounds. Treasury, banking, and financial sanctions to be fully imposed. President Trump saying, quote, "These measures are just the beginning. We will not allow the Colombian government to violate its legal obligations with regard to the acceptance and return of the criminals they forced into the United States." This is a look right here of the social media post that he just issued there on Truth Social. That's on the left-hand side of your screen. On the right-hand side of your screen, that is a social media post by a Fox News journalist, Bill Maluzhin. As we continue to follow this breaking news, as we have learned that President Trump now ordering action to be taken against Colombia after 2 flights from the United States, with a large number of illegal criminals were not allowed to land in Colombia. President Trump saying that the order was given by Colombia's president, and his denial of these flights, President Trump writes, quote, "has jeopardized the national security and public safety of the United States, and therefore he has ordered his administration to take a number of retaliatory measures, including emergency tariffs, a travel ban, revoking visas, sanctions, and also financial sanctions as well."
All righty. It's going to get more interesting with the Trump administration, especially when it comes to deporting the illegal immigrants, especially the ones that they're the first wave, which are criminals. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and that 4th pillar that I've been talking about is about boosting up your metabolism and your energy levels. Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients. It has a very comprehensive profile that's in this powder. So please go to my website and take a look at the label. But there's a big scooper in here. Take it once a day, either for breakfast or for lunch. This can be your lunch, right? You mix it with soft foods or with filtered water or with milk, all right, or a smoothie. You'll lose weight, you'll gain energy, it'll help with your heart and your cardiovascular system, improve your heart and your cardiovascular health, improve your brain function. You'll gain strength. It'll help with your metabolism. It'll increase your energy levels. This is like a superfood, all right? Should be taking this every day. Very important. So this is this new 4th pillar to this protocol that I have. Again, the first pillar is the Max 35. The second pillar is the turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans. The third pillar is the C60. The 4th pillar is the Boomer Boost. All right, you take all those, and that's pretty powerful stuff to get healthy. And then you do some resistance training, do some cardio, do some stretching and balancing exercises, and you're really improving your health. And lastly, I also have Gladiator barley, and heirloom barley. And this is a high density protein. You can take it separately or you can take it with the Boomer Boost. It works better with the Boomer Boost. And the Gladiator barley is really supercharged to help to increase your strength. This is great if you work out. It's great to, when you're older and you need to, get some muscle mass. It reduces inflammation. It soaks up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. It's going to detoxify your body. Heirloom barley also helps to detoxify your body, reduce inflammation, and soak up free radicals with the superoxide dismutase. Both are very high quality that you can mix with the Boomer Boost. I have made a discount box called the Longevity Boost Box, where you get the Boomer Boost and your choice of barley, heirloom barley or gladiator barley, at a discount. All right. That way, you're taking this together and you're getting healthy. If you really want to control your blood glucose levels, a great way to do it and to lose weight is to take the gladiator barley and the Boomer Boost together. It's a powder. You mix it with a soft food or with a smoothie or, you know, with milk or you know, filtered water. Take it every day and you'll be able to lose weight. You're going to have more energy. If you work out, you're going to gain strength. You're going to recover quicker. And you're going to be able to control your A1C levels. That means you're controlling diabetes. Really important. So please get healthy. Get that Longevity Boost Box. I have it in a discount. Also I added an additional discount where you can just use discount 5, all caps, the number 5 on any order, and you'll get $5 off. Again, if you buy the anti-aging boxes or the longevity boxes, you get a built-in discount within that box compared to buying the individual products. So this is a great way to get healthy. That's the end of my transmission. We covered a lot. Unfortunately, my X-Spaces died because of my phone wasn't charged fully. I apologize. For the ones that are watching on Rumble or on YouTube, I have X-Spaces usually on where you can do a call in and you know, tell me what you would like to talk about. It's supposed to be interactive. Sometimes people are a little shy, but this is supposed to be an interactive process, a show, and I want feedback. I want your thoughts on some of these topics. It's not just me talking. Thank you for listening. Please help support your health and help support my work by going to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use the discount 5, get those products, follow the protocol, follow the stacking that I suggest, and you're going to get healthy. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.